Welcome back to the channel and welcome to this live stream where we are putting through its paces the brand new, just released Formula RSS F4 car, which is the 2024 F4 car, which is one of the cheapest, most affordable Formula series in the world at the moment. Even cheaper for the virtual one because it's only $199. F4 is basically created, I think, it's existed for a long time, but in like 2017 they kind of updated this spec as an affordable way for people to get into Formula racing. By affordable, you're talking about minimum probably 150, 180,000 a year. The car itself, I think you can buy them for, at the absolute cheapest, you can buy the real car for like 80,000 at the cheapest. That'll be one with a few dents and probably some wear on the engine. I think they're about 100k, 80, 120k price wise. That's in Great British pounds. But F4 has actually taken over motorsport in the sort of entry level racing thing. You know, you have so the Formula Ford at the low level, but a lot of people actually just go straight to F4 now to then work out if they're going to go to F3, F2, and F1. It's kind of the car. You have like GB4 that uses F4 as well. There's like 6, probably more now, 8 manufacturers of the F4 chassis of that spec. Dallara, Mygale, Tatus. I don't know. There's loads of them. They all do them. Really good, approachable Formula car. Shouldn't have too much power, but it's still quite nimble. And in my opinion, the F4 car is probably one of the best cars in iRacing at the moment. That and the Super Formula. It's a really good car for like sort of close racing. It's like it drives a bit like a souped up Skip Barber in many ways, a Formula Skip Barber, or like a Radical SR3, but with a bit more downforce, a little bit less controllable oversteer, sort of tighter. But, you know, like still a pretty chill car. It's designed for, like, kiddies with rich parents to decide if they want to go even more bankrupt. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to try. We've got the server up here. Anyone can join in. Hopefully we'll have some keys to give away as well. So, here we go. Here we go. Let's, got to get in there on the server. Hopefully it all works as well. You have to install this manually. So I've probably broken it already. Hello CKTL. Akun, hello guys. How's it going, everyone? Let's break some stuff. So this also takes advantage of the some shader patch stuff, which is good. So it should have like the multiple contact patch things going on. So that'll be interesting to try out. So yeah, here it is in all its glory. Get in the server. Get in there. Hello guys, hello Cat Debate. What options do we have? So, we've got slick tyres, fuel, bit of fuel, aerodynamics. We'll see what the default setup's like. RSS actually normally does pretty good default setups. To 100. Slip alignments looks good. Suspension alignments, I don't know what I'm saying. We've got all the options. RSS go too far. Suspension dampers, visuals. Turn the halo off. There we go. Right. Yeah, it should work. We should be good to go. Absolute first impressions out of the pits. Might move my camera forwards a bit in the cockpit here. See, mirror. Okay. There we go. Turn this down a bit. Audio's quite nice. Okay, I think we need a bit more oversteer. Open the rear diff a bit, I think maybe.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is the main thing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mod. It's really good.
Like the onboard display is good. Yeah, I think we could tweak the setup so we get a bit more oversteer. It's a very neutral setup. With the brake bias back. But this car should be super stable, super approachable. You know, the F4 car in reality is designed as a way to get people into formula racing, like the higher speed, leaning on the downforce. You know, snappier slick tyres, more sort of downforce, quick left-right movement. It's a sort of introductory trainer car, as it were. So, like, to me, the F4 car, when I play it in iRacing as well, it's kind of like if you've got a skip barber, slap slick tyres on it, and actually give it a bit more speed, a bit more downforce. Aero boy. There's going to be a lot of drafting in this car, especially on this track. If you want to get into the server, guys, and join us, the server's just called Game of Muscle. Yeah, we need to do some setup tweaking here, though. Well, that seemed all right. Not in any slip though, so we can't really feel what it's like. Right, here we go. Aero boy time. Less wing. Let's open the diff a bit. Probably suspension seemed alright, I don't know. Maybe the ARB for the rear. I was already full stiff. She's already stiff, boys. Hello, Hellraiser. How's it going, man? I wouldn't even say it's because it's not even like F3. It's more in that sort of trainer car type thing. Like it's an advancement from Formula Ford. Like a super stable radical with less controllable slip. Like a yes, it's this. It kind of gets you into the general envelope of an F3 car, but is a lot slower, a lot more. Yeah, it sort of goes up in that scale, I think. I don't know yet. We haven't even done a proper lap yet. I need to open the rear diff though. I want the rear to roll in more. We need a looser bottom. It won't feel similar because AC has a much more realistic tyre model than iRacing. Much more detailed force feedback. But the driving might be relatively similar apart from at the limit. We need... where's the bloody diff setting? Does it not have one? Toe. Do not have a diff setting on it. Hello, Mr. Hackins. Hello, Simply Davil. Am I dumb? Well, we know I am. It doesn't seem to have any diff setting on it. I thought these cars had a controllable diff. I just have to. We'll just go with lower rear downforce, I guess. Yeah. Ah, we just got lower downforce. Maybe that's all we can do. We need the rear to come out more aggressively. Thanks for following lefty. Yeah, AMS2 with his billion diff settings. This is the new F4 car. Yeah, we tried GT7. It was all right. It's not as good as PC stuff, but it's all right for what it is. Let's try. I want to get the back out more straight away. We need oversteer. Oh, there we go. We found oversteer. Hey, what's the point of driving if you ain't got oversteer, guys? Oh, there we go. The idea is, what you need to find is that zone of controllable oversteer slip, and that's holding the car at the limit. Then it's happy days. The best. The best. It's my new thumbnail magic. Yeah. Would you remember? Do you remember Forza Motorsport with the esports, and everyone was using the handbrake in the Formula E cars? What? Too much rear brake bias. Okay. We need to get this car. We need more oversteer, guys. We need more oversteer. It's very stable. We could. Well, the ARB on the rear is already at full stiffness. Rear wings, we can put it on 0. Give it more front. More front wing should help the back. Actually, you know, should bite it in more. We're just trying it. We don't know yet. I feel like what I feel like is I want to open the rear diff, but it doesn't have diff settings on it. So sounds good. I mean, I just want more oversteer. Seems to drive fine. He's turning in nice on the brake. It's maybe just more front wing. When in doubt, front wing. Super stable, which is to be honest, that's what you'd expect. The rear's just super planted. Maybe we need to like really ride it onto the limit. Like actually push it more. This is good though, like for someone that wanted to drive a Formula car that's not too hard to get to grips with. This is RSS. It's we'll do some giveaways soon. We're going to get some keys to give away. Force feedback's good, yeah. Race, sim, studio. You actually have to push this onto the limit. I've been doing too much sim racing recently. My arm muscles are sore. It's really stable in the slide, actually, when it's popping out a bit. I'm alright.
The pace car is out of control.
Landis, hello, thanks for following. The audio's good. It sounds like the engine's behind you, which is like if you've sat in a race car, that is what it feels like. So the more prominent thing you notice in a car like this, I mean, I've not sat in an F4 car, but I've sat in a Radical SR3. The thing you notice more is the engine vibrating the seat and the engine noise from behind you. So RSS have actually done a really good job with the audio on this. Like the spatiality of the audio, it feels like the engine's behind you, and that's what you feel in a car like this in real life. So it's pretty cool. Really good job on the audio. So at the moment, even with our setup tweaks, compared to the iRacing one, it's a bit stiff to like turn in. Like you have to brake it into the corner, and you have to force the oversteer a bit. It's not as I said, it's like the diff is more closed. I don't know if we're meant to have diff settings or if it doesn't have any at all. But I would like a more open diff on it if it was my preference. The ARB's already at max stiffness on the rear. Maybe we can add more front. I want more oversteer. Give me the oversteer. The handle's nice. I just want more. I want more on throttle oversteer. I want more oversteer. But then again, these cars don't have like the most insane power to pop the back out anyway, so. We'll keep tweaking the setup. Smart Roadster in the F4, basically identical. Identical cars. Click the like button, guys, if you're watching on YouTube. Right, we're earning teabags already. You really have to trail brake this. Just changing tyre pressure give more oversteer. Well, I might give it a little bit. Depends. I feel like you have to sort of push it onto the limit to then get it to be more agile. I don't know, Jasper. We've only done like 4 laps. You can feel in the force feedback though, really clearly. You see when we're starting to oversteer there. Super easy to drive. Like this is really good for if you were looking for like a new Formula car. Like if you're new to sim racing and you want to get into a faster car, like it's like the Tatus F4 car that's already in AC. A lot of people are like, oh, it's so boring and understeering. It's like, well, you know, that's what they're like in real life. They're meant to get people used to the downforce and feel of being in a cockpit Formula car and stuff. The view you get, everything. So the iRacing F4 car rolls into the corner more. Like the iRacing F4 car drives as if it's got a more open rear diff on it. The rear's more willing to sort of rotate from. It rotates more. This one you're having to brake it more, or sort of nook it into the oversteer more. At least with the setup we got. Could increase the rake. I don't know. Problem is, my setup knowledge is a bit limited. Like I understand the effects of stiffer suspension, ARB, diff settings, but when you start getting to like rake and then you kind of need to know the specific car and the specific aero nature of the vehicle, and then the specific sim and how it behaves to those things. So. But this seems very natural. Well, as I always say with setups, the problem is each sim and each car often has its own weird meta, which requires you to just turn billions of laps. If your goal is to really get it's all very well having a car that drives how you want it to, but normally people are setting up cars to drive faster, right? And it just requires trial and error because sims are so weird. I mean, the force feedback on this, the stability, this is what you'd expect to like iRacing 2 to drive like. But when I'm talking about it, we're just comparing the handling differences. The issue iRacing has is that the tyre model doesn't re-grip properly. It doesn't behave like a tyre at the limit, so it breaks every single car in that sim. Nice little slide there. This is super stable when sliding. Maybe we can get a setup legend in the chat. Supposedly this has the shader patch multiple raycasted tyre options, so it shouldn't have the curbing issues. We'll be on for a while, hopefully. We've done other RSS cars in the past, and they're really good. Like, you can't really go wrong with RSS cars, to be honest. This is a funny thing that a lot of people don't realise. Like RSS, VRS, and other mod teams for AC, right? People don't realise that these mod groups produce cars for actual race teams. They're like, they're just modders. They're just modders. Oh, it's AC. It's like, you do know that real race teams and drivers, you guess where they go to get their cars. They don't just magically make them. Where would you go? You go, oh, who's producing the best quality mods? Oh, the thing is, mod teams can't basically go, oh well, we made this for this person, because it's all sort of hush hush. So as a result, you don't get the like marketing of it. So your average sim racer's like, wow, it's iRacing. Do you know what I mean? It's really weird. Yeah, you have to. I think you just have to get this onto the limit to start getting the behaviour, get a bit of slip. You have to push it into the slip, that's actually what you get with real cars. I only use fake data for everything myself. Yeah, this is good. Like I'm starting to get it more to the limit. We definitely need some setup tweaking. The great thing with F4 cars is it's kind of an open spec. So you have Delara, Tatus, Mygale. Who else? There's like 9 people now making chassis for F4. Yeah, the beauty of AC1 is that, yeah, it's more simplistic in a sense, like R Factor 1. Sure, it lacks certain complexity in some ways, but it means that mod makers and car implementers can dial things in to get the desired end result a lot easier. When you have really complicated tyre models, you're kind of a bit trapped. And then when you have stuff like iRacing, where the tyre model literally can't drive at the limit, nothing in that sim's going to drive like a car. You can do whatever you want. You can try and mitigate it, and there's components where it drives like a car, but fundamentally, there's humongous physics holes that are at the core of driving, and it's utterly bizarre with iRacing that people just gloss over it purely because it's a popular sim. And purely because it's the only sim that's really active, so it's the only sim you can get a lot of racing in. So they don't proportionally point out the physics issues in that sim. It's really weird. It's a really weird part. Like, you'll have all these driver coaches, all these videos on YouTube going, "This is how you do this. This is iRacing. This," and it's like, but the sim's doesn't function like a tyre, so still the processes apply. It doesn't invalidate what they're saying. Like they do a really good job of communicating the things of driving, but you have to mention, you really have to mention a driving game's issues. Really, you can't avoid it. Like, it's ridiculous. Same with AC, like with the curbing, although this seems to not have the curbing issue. But, you know, same with any sim. Like, if you were doing a guide on driving in Race Room prior to them fixing auto bin, you have to mention it. You can't not mention it. You know? But, check this out. We're going. Alan's giving us a setup. We're currently third at the moment. Let's try his setup. Thanks for the setup, Alan. And that's it, Tarkus. This is all trolling. This car seems alright. Oh, we had a bit of smoke off the wheel. Oh, it's the brakes. That's cool. No, I enjoy it. iRacing is good fun. It's a really good simulator racing game. You can use it's great for like training, for learning technique, for learning racecraft. It's fine. It's another game. The problem I have is people not mentioning its blatant flaws. You can have a lot of fun with it. That skybox looks so crap. Eh? That's a nice sky. What do you mean? Are you British? Have you never seen the sky before? I understand. Here we go. Yeah, I think they've done a... This car seems as you'd expect an F4 car to be. It's going to be interesting to see how much draft it has. Audio's particularly good with this. I think RSS, they do a good job with their audio. Like, it's got depth to it. Sounds like it. The spatiality of it's really nicely done. Right. Oh, well, it did at 8.8, and then me and Gasper on like 9s. Here we go, first race here. Awesome. Get in there. Yeah, it's nice that RSS have a really good range of cars. So you'll be able to like do the F4 car, get used to that, and then just go straight to the 80s Formula car. iRacing will always be popular. You know, it's got a user base. It's got a nice EPing system. It's got voice chat. It plays its own way. Once you've learned how to play it, you can have a lot of fun. It's entertaining. Even if better or worse games come out, they'll have their own audiences. Like Gran Turismo is far bigger than AC, iRacing, whatever. It's got its own audience, and there'll be people that just play that and are happy with that, and you know, it's fine. Hello, Dark Boy Twitch. Skybox looks like a poster stuck behind the game. The clouds move with the cars. What is your obsession with the clouds are really far away, so these are cumulonimbus clouds. This is like gliding weather. I mean, weirdly, ironically, the skybox is normally rendered first in a video game and is actually closest to the camera, and then everything else is rendered in front of it, so it then looks like it's behind. So that'll ruin everything for you when you know that about games. Now 3D skyboxes work, but you don't have to use this skybox, you know. You're the first person that's been epically triggered by the skybox in AC. You could turn the clouds off if you wanted to. You could actually change the skybox if you want to. It's a great thing with AC. You could have whatever you want. It's all optional. Yeah. What game has really good clouds in it? AMS2 has weird, like, billboardy clouds. Oh, Microsoft Flight Sim. Microsoft Flight Sim clouds. Oh, my God. That is how you do clouds. They're insane. No, Microsoft Flight Sim beats DCS. Come on, let's be honest. Not for physics. DCS absolutely beats Microsoft Flight Sim for physics. But for cloud... Click the like button if you're watching on YouTube, guys. Welcome along. Here we go. First ever race in the new RSS F4 car on Road America. 15 minutes. Who will come out on top? Go! We have Alan, Gasper Bedemd in front of us. Should be a bit of a draft war. A little bit of a slip from the car in front. I don't want to lose the draft. Come on. These guys are bloody quick at everything. Try and get back on the braking. This has way less draft than the iRacing F4 car. This also feels way more solidly poised on the track than the iRacing F4 car. Way more planted. I also like look at the movements of the cars in front. Looks really natural. And then the slick tyres are absolutely how you'd expect a slick tyre. Like, suddenly gets into that zone of slip, but it creeps up on you very quickly. Oh, like that! Overcooked it. And you have to be very quick to counter steer it. Oh, that was good. Well done, me. Well done, me. Yeah. Jinxed it. So the iRacing F4 car is a lot more slidey in a weird way, but then it also rolls into the corner more. This is more pokey. It's the tyre model behaviour, really. Like, this has a narrower sort of range of where the grip is, so it's kind of in and out of grip, whereas the iRacing one's more like a bobsled. But the iRacing one, when you're not in slip and you're not pushing the tyres, hooks up easier into the corners, rolls into corners quicker. So this, in a sense, feels a little bit more stiff. You have to like more aggressively turn this into the corner, more aggressively trail brake it into the corner, and sort of more aggressively get it onto the tyres. Whereas the iRacing one, you drive it like a bobsled. That's kind of how you drive everything in iRacing now. Yeah, it seems really good. Particularly like the audio design of this, to be honest. So the engine sounds like it's right behind you, which is what you notice in this type of car. Like the only thing I've sat in like this in real life is a Radical SR3, and the thing you notice is the engine sounds like it's behind you, and you notice the chair vibrating. You really do feel like it's behind you, which the audio really nails that. Particularly notice the wind noise in a Radical, so you can tweak the wind noise in AC to get more or less wind noise. RSS actually have a guide for recommended volume settings, but I have my own settings I've used. I'd probably turn up the wind diffraction, to be honest. You really do notice wind in an open cockpit car. Say like go-karting, you noticing that, and you're only going at like 40-50 miles an hour. Gasper lost it on the same corner. You have to be so careful through that right-hander. This car has like a really sort of stiff diff feel to it. Like, it feels like the rotation is from getting onto the tyres rather from having the diff being open. Come on, Gasper, we can't let Alan get away with this in the first ever race. Yeah, really nice. You have to get it on the tyres, and then you start getting into that sweet spot where you can then modulate the throttle and the brake, rotating the car on the tyres in that tight zone, and that's what makes AC so bloody good. You're driving on the tyres in the happy zone, the happy slip zone. Who doesn't like the happy slip zone? It's all about that happy slip zone. Everyone loves the happy slip zone. Men, women, turnips. It's all about the happy slip zone, guys. It all makes sense when you're in the happy slip zone. Everything just moves smoothly. But you don't. If you fall out of the happy slip zone, that's when you're in trouble, and that's what we did earlier. That's where the punishment is. Good tyre skid sound as well. Actually, you can just. I could probably turn up a fraction, but you can use. So use in AC. It's got such good force feedback. You can. You do get quite a bit of warning of how much you can load up the tyres and where you are. But also the skid sound helps as well. In iRacing, you use the skid sound more than force feedback to know where the tyres are at. LMU, you don't use nothing because it's got no force feedback for that and no sound for that. So, woo! LMU devs are working on it though. So. This is a lot trickier, I think, to actually push than the iRacing F4 car because the iRacing F4 car is very much like a bobsled flowing through the corners. You know, brake hard, trail brake off. Also, like, hold the angle of the steering wheel. Whereas this is so much more, like, dynamic. And also, when the grip comes and goes faster from the tyres in a sim, it means that the zone of precision for your braking and everything is much smaller, and if the grip comes and goes faster, you then have to be faster on your pedals to deal with that grip coming and going, and modulating your pedals more directly. Again, iRacers often not really familiar with that. And a lot of people just gloss over that, but you know, here we go. 6 minutes to go here. So the only way I'm catching Gasper, this has a lot less draft than the iRacing F4 car, and he's gone. The only way I'm catching these guys is by braking better. Seems that we can really attack the curves though in this. Supposedly using, as I say, the new shader patch. Multi-rate casted, so we've got Magello lined up on our server. Bloody hell, that's brutal. We've got Magello lined up on our server, so that'll be the ultimate curbing test. Spa, Magello, those long sweeping corners with Formula cars, with tight suspension. That is where AC's single point tyre model really magnifies the curbing issues. So that'd be interesting to test actually. Oh, he's overcooked it! Cloud of smoke! Come on, second place. Oh, no! I think he moved to the right when I killed him! I killed him! Textbook overtake. Textbook. I went to move to the right. I went to go to the right because I thought I'd forced you to go to the left, and then you went flying. Sorry, Gasper. He went flying. He went flying. What happened? He went flying. Okay, well, AC's got some interesting car contact when you turn damage off. What? Why did he fly so far from that contact? What? Oh, I've never seen that happen before. What happened there? Why did he go flying so far? Why did that launch? I mean, I was just jotted to go to the right, and then it was as if he was a parked car. Yeah, I don't even know what happened there. That was insane. The way your car launched. I have never seen that in AC. Like, it did nothing to my vehicle at all. It just flat out launched you. RSS have developed a new Wreckfest. He went flying. That's how you're overtaking this car, guys. I would know. It's based on real data. Oh, that was so... yeah, this car doesn't... It's not as agile as the iRacing one when you... it doesn't move left and right as quickly. You've got to be careful of that. That was insane. That's the new shader patch crash physics. I have never seen that. I've never seen that in AC. That was good. Fortunately, Gasper doesn't have a DD wheel, otherwise his hands would have been... He's now got no hands. Ah, look at this. This is the nice thing with this car. This type of car. It's pretty chill, and you end up with this sort of Skip Barber style side-by-side racing that's easy to sort of get to grips with. Once people are up to pace, you get some really nice like 3 wides and stuff, kind of like the Formula Ford stuff that you get, or what you get with slower cars but in a Formula car. This car has way less draft. Oh no, here we go. Like, once you have to be within like 0.5, 0.4. Awesome driving, look at this. Side by side. Our final lap here. Battle between me and Rito De Rosa. I'm going to defend the inside line. Yeah, sorry Gasper. I honestly, I really was not expecting that to happen. Well, first of all, I wasn't expecting to hit your car. Oh, he's going. Oh, he's caught it. What's that? He got into quite a bit of slip and caught it. I don't understand. I thought that was impossible. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to hit you in the first place, and I wasn't expecting to launch you into a tree. So, yeah. But on reflection, it was a really good takedown, so thanks for helping demo the car contacts. We'll have to visit Gasper in the hospital. Oh, I can tell already this is going to produce some fantastic racing. The audio of the car. The external audio is fantastic as well. Too wide! Look at this, straight away we're getting classic F4 battles. That's what this car's about, guys. It's really nice and approachable. So good for like, even if you're like somewhat experienced or a total noob, this car just is really accommodating. Bloody hell. Lucky it's not wreck on the curb in there. I think they might have improved AC suspension with this as well a bit. Let's drive 2 wide around the old track, why not? Thanks for subscribing, guys. Woo! Who's going to win down the straight?
The pace car is out of control.
Ah! No! No! Can we have a bit of draft and then get him back? Ah! That's what F4's about, guys. Bugger. Awesome. First race. First race, we kill someone and we have awesome side-by-side driving. Top notch. And we got a podium. Great car by RSS, yeah? Well done. Well done. That's the race test, the first race test. RSS test. Good stuff. Yeah, I think for 199, well good. Yeah, I should have let him go a bit further ahead and then got a bit more draft. Or like out of the corner, I should have lifted out of the final corner, let him go a bit further ahead, and then get the draft, and then we would have got him. It's raised. We use CMRT. They just actually today did an update. If you watch on YouTube, guys, you can click the like button if you hate yourself. They just did an update today for the complete edition. You can get CMRT Basic, I think, still has the Delta bar. Oh, is this a video of you being taken down? There we go. Right, hang on. Hang on, I need to get this on the screen. Hang on, guys. Here we go. View of the Gasper takedown. There's another race I think we're going to on this track, so you can still join the server. Should be 2 races, I think. We're set up for 2? Yeah. Here we go. You ready? Here's the replay. Here we come. Here we come. And here we go. Move to the right. He's gone. He's just driving in a straight line. He's just driving in a straight line and my car just drives right into him. He goes flying. He's just minding his own business. He's just minding his own business. He's just minding his own business, and you see, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go this way. Okay, I faked him. Now I'm going this way. I just hit him straight on. Oh dear. Oh dear, absolutely launched. That was so random. Right, I like how his driver's face is like, oh, this is my life. Look, his head doesn't move in the cockpit at all. He's just like, this is how it is. Why was it like you were not moving though? That's what's weird as well. Oh, that was so dumb. That was good. Nice move, Gasper. Right, next race on the same track. Yeah, no. Well, technically I am an iRacer, so you know, I saw my iRacing training. Here we go, second race, guys. Get in there. Hope everyone's doing well, and we should have some keys to give away soon. There's a bit of a bug at the moment with CMRT's leaderboard on reverse grid races, so hopefully I can fix that. Look at my wheel move when I rev. Oh, he's gone!
Okay, let's go.
Here we go. Take it easy into T1, guys. Three wide. Let's go. Whoa! Whoa, there's a car there. Sorry. Just noticed I was going to dart to the right, and then I just noticed that there was a car in my mirror because I wasn't looking at Helicorsa. Side by side! Oh, I opened up the inside. Look at that! Oh, he's low bowing. Don't want to do that. Oh, watch out! Oh, he's tickled him and smacked him. Didn't even give him some a candle lit dinner. Just slapped him straight away. No warm up. That would have been cars upside down in other simulators. So many open doors. Absolute draft. Pass. He's on the inside still, so not much I can do there. Car off the road. Oh, this is going to be so good for the racing we're already getting within like second race that we've done. Honeymoon period. No honeymoons here. Let's go. Alan on Saria in front of us. Right next to me. Woo! That's close. Imagine doing that in iRacing. Right. In the battle! The battle! Ultimate knitting car, this. Inside, outside, inside, outside. He went in a little bit too hot. He broke really hard to try and recover it. He could have just rode through that. Just got like, broke a little bit less, run it wide. Not that I've ever done what he just did. Whoa! It seems to be taking the bumps really well. Like the car's bouncing, but I don't know if this is shader patch physics, but this feels really good. Wow, you can join us later, Carlo. Let's try and catch up with Onsaria here. Wow, let's attack the tyres and the corner. Server's very cryptically called Gamer Muscle. I'm well good at puzzles. It's not dark to the right and punt him as well. Give me a little bit of opposite lock there. Man, got into that corner a bit too hot. Oh, bloody hell. And punished. But we caught it. Seems like really natural oversteer. This is really reminding me of driving a go-kart. Like the tyre behaviour seems really good on this car. Oh, I'm going to have to defend the inside here. Bit late. Want to be on the inside of this corner. Get in there. If you join us on YouTube, guys, you can click the YouTube. You can click the like button if you want to. Nobody ever does these days. It's really difficult. It's like the extra thousandth of a calorie to click the button. I realise it's painful for sim racers because that's energy that needs to be saved for a gear shift. So I get it. We need to catch Mr. Ritadora. Can't even read his name. Got to try and smooth things down a bit here. Charlie Becky. Well, do you mean the F3? I don't think they had an F4 car. They used to have an They've got a free F3 car. Unless I'm missing something. Come on! 5 minutes to try and precisely drive this. You know what? This car would be absolutely fantastic if you do events. You know, like you had a sim rig for like a marketing thing or something, or like you've got a public sim rig at like a theme park or something. This is perfect because you could put an absolute noob in this car. Oh, he's lost it! Baked! You could put an absolute noob in a sim rig and they'd be like, oh, I'm driving a Formula car. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't know, they're not going to notice the difference. With a Formula wheel, full cockpit, Formula rig, and they could jump in and they would actually be able to drive this, and then, you know, really good. Much better than when they often for like demos and sim racing stuff, they have like cars on them that are just too much for people that have never sim raced before. Oh right, Charlie, I'd have to check it out. Maybe I already did check it out years ago. Three minutes to take home second place here. This is all the tea bags. We've got a ranking on our server, so we get you get tea bags for finishing well or improving your lap times.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Is the old F4 free now? We should we could have an old versus new. That'd be good. This weirdly has a bit of an R Factor 2 feel to it. It might just be my settings, but it weirdly has like a AC mixed with R Factor 2 feel to how this is driving. That feels better than R Factor 2. Yeah, the back's super stable on this. I personally, generally speaking, would like the back rear to be more, like the rear diff behaviour to be more open. But because of how it is, it forces you to then push the car into the corner and then get the car onto its tyres to rotate it more. So you end up trail braking it more, which then is still. That sort of slight slip behaviour is still quite controllable, so sometimes it snaps out, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, like it's just different. I think F4 is just a good spec car for... Out of Formula cars have a habit of separating the grid out because they magnify raw precision of braking, accelerating, track position, racing line, right? It's the point of a Formula car. But F4, because it has quite a bit of draft and because it's not too quick, you normally get a much closer racing with an F4 car, and it's fast enough that more experienced sim racers don't die of boredom of it. And it's not so fast or so hard or like so easy to lose a rear on the throttle like an F3 or F2 car, for example, that newer sim racers or sim racers with lower end equipment can't just jump in and drive it. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with iRacing is its time model's completely messed up. So I enjoy racing. I enjoy the races in iRacing's F4 car. Like, it's entertaining. I like that the iRacing F4 car is nimble. I like that it oversteers because I'm a big fan of oversteer, but nothing in iRacing drives like a car. So from a simulation perspective, this is just like a completely different thing. Like, this drives like a slick tyre at the limit. iRacing's cars drive great until you get to the limit, at which point the tyres don't work like tyres, and then the whole illusion, the whole game just collapses, basically. So, at the end of the day, you play iRacing for the online ranked racing, and there's lots of people in it, the voice chat, and the ridiculous crashes and stuff, so, you know, it's different games for different things. Like, you're not going to... If you buy this car, how likely are you to find a race online within an hour? You're not, are you? So that's where you go. That's where you go to iRacing for. But if you'd had a league, or if you were gonna drive a real world F4 car or something, or you wanted to actually practice actual driving, then you would drive this. Well, you do iRacing and this because you might as well. But this is way closer to how a car drives. It's good. Good racing, guys. We've got another track coming up. Hopefully people get to grips with this. We'll start showing out setups as well. We should have some keys to give away at some point. We're waiting on a email. It's $1.99 for the mod. Right, next track. Let's see the server. Here we go. Are you ready, guys? So well done to the people that won that. Alan first, myself second, Rick Van Ogen third, Ansari fourth, Ritterosa fifth, Super Drift sixth, Matt Lodge seventh. Well done, guys. Server's about to refresh to go to the next track here, so just let everyone finish. I know, it's insane, isn't it? I mean, a car that's probably one of the most, probably one of the best F4 cars ever created in a driving sim. £2. Oh my god. I mean, the way money works, if you don't have money, then £2 is a lot of money, so I do appreciate that. Like, you can't just spend money willy-nilly if you don't have money. So, No, I mean, that's the thing, yeah. And also it depends where you are, so that's the problem with money. That's the problem with how money works as a token. It's not got the same value for everyone. I think the government should go, RSS has made great cars. Here you go, RSS.
Good job, mate. Good job.
here's some. Let's distribute it for free. We should just not have money. Everyone should just have free cars. Right, next server's going up, guys. Dead squirrel skins. I mean, it is a shame that this isn't a free car. Like, what? Purely from a logistical thing. Like, they shouldn't have to make it free, because RSS, they put really good work into it, and it's a good price for what you're getting. It's a really good car. It's better than anything in any other F4 car in any other sim. So from that sense, people deserve to be paid for the work they do. But from a logistical perspective of how sim racing operates with AC, by it being a paid mod, stop giving them. Well, I enjoy RSS content. No, it wouldn't though, Skyworld, because RSS do paid mods, so they would still do that. That's not how it works. Like, because there are already people doing free mods, so RSS. Yeah, like if nobody bought it, but then RSS might not even produce anything or they do other stuff, i.e. they might just do stuff for race teams or something and not bother doing stuff for general people, or they might not be able to put as much detail into it, or as much time into it, or as much custom features. So, I'm in a position to be able to do certain things for free. But even then, it's not free. Like, you guys subscribe, you're channel members, so I get revenue from doing live streams. I do sponsorships. Obviously, like, companies see my 15 viewers and they're like, "Oh wow, Game of Muscle, you're so relevant in the sim racing space. We'll sponsor you." So I don't have to monetize directly for promoting specific things if I happen to like them. I mean, you could do. But you know, you don't always have to monetize everything directly. It could be indirectly. In some cases, it isn't. Why don't I promote free mods? We do if there's like good mods. So like if it's appealing to me, if like the Radical SR3, which is a free mod, we race it all the bloody time. So we do. part of big paid mod. Yeah, like yeah. Of all the people, like I am so I am really bad at financially exploiting what I do. Like I could financially exploit things so much more than I do. I'm bad at it because it's bloody time consuming to line things up a lot of the time. But also I like just doing stuff that I think's good. So because I think it's more genuine. So yeah, you can go down the full-on capitalist route of being like, all right, what's the value of everything? But then it's just a bit tedious. It's more fun to be like,
The pace car is out of control.
It's more fun to be like, oh well, just you know, I'll just go along with things. Thanks for following. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, I'll have a brand of chocolate soon. I mean, really, if I was doing things entirely for business, first of all, I'd be playing Gran Turismo every night for like, I just do 3.5 hours of Gran Turismo. I would take the live stream footage of us doing random races. I would do like a commentary or like a sort of somewhat jokey edited video from the best live stream race that we have after just doing 3 hours of live streaming. So in a 6-hour period in a day, I could pump out Gran Turismo content, which has the largest audience, and I know how to make that appealing to like the sort of average age. You know, it has to appeal to like a 12 to 20-year-old. So it's pretty easy to make content that would appeal to them. So you just pump that out. That would be the thing to do, and then or only play iRacing maybe. Only do hardware reviews. Probably that's the most lucrative thing. Would be to just do hardware reviews. So I could probably just spend 3 hours a day doing hardware reviews and never do any live streams. Never race AC at all. I could just I could get different hardware, put it on the rig, film it a little bit, do a few laps in AC or iRace or whatever the popular sim is, and then have the affiliate link, and you make a lot more money than doing live streaming. So like, if you're gonna like, dear, even better, only do hardware reviews. Exactly. Yeah. See, we don't need damage. I've got enough damage as it is. Right, this track should be somewhat similar to the previous one in terms of setup, so we'll go for it. Where did it all go wrong? Well, never take us anywhere. No, I'm going to Gamescom. We're visiting Overtake, which is going to be awesome. And then I'm going to try and do some. I'm going to catch COVID at Gamescom. We good? Going to check out the new force feedback joysticks. Couldn't even use the paid entrance at Leeds Castle. Well, why bother when you know the secret access to the castle? Do you know what I mean? That's the whole point of castles, isn't it? Sneaking into them, right? Thought that was the point of them anyway. I need to rejoin my own server because we've got the wrong. But this is awesome to host. It's, you know, there's not going to be many people that are hosting. This content. With good quality servers, so this is my payback to people that are sad enough to watch this channel. Right, here we go. Turn the damper down here. There we go. your most important message to sim community: stop giving devs more money for content than you give them for new sims. Yeah, no, but this Josh, this doesn't work. Right. People say, you get people going, oh, well, if you don't like X game, don't buy it. But the point is, nobody's going to listen to that advice. So they either will buy something or they won't buy it. And that'll be inherent to the general sales of the thing. So it's not because the comment of someone generally saying the information of don't buy it or do buy it isn't really in the defining thing of most sales. Like, most sales will be direct market, so influencers and the marketing and the game looking generally appealing, then that will get a certain amount of buzz and sales. And then if the game is, or the thing is actually probably irrationally appealing, then people will buy it. It doesn't matter people making rational, critical arguments of, oh, well, you shouldn't buy this because that's what the companies will then exploit. Because the type of people buying this stuff that's irrational are not going to listen to appeals of rational purchasing, are they? So, like, the type of people buying Fortnite skins making epic billions of dollars are not the type of people that read, oh, you do realise buying these liveries and skins and dance moves and stuff, you do realise that that's depriving you of actual improvement to the core game mechanics and new games. They don't care because they're not, you know, it's like me saying, oh, don't buy another GT3 car in a GT3 game because they'll just keep making more GT3 content. It's like, no, like, it doesn't work because people see GT3 cars, they see the marketing of Porsches, whatever, GT3 stuff, they see those events, and then they see that it's already somewhat popular because of the brands, and then they're like, oh, I want to try that as well because this person looks like they're having fun with it, and, you know, so yeah, the thing is, I tell you what, one of the big mistakes that people that have pretty good critical thinking skills, or people that are thinking about stuff rationally, a really big mistake, and this is a particular issue on the left of the political spectrum as well, really big mistake is that they assume that everything works in a critical and logical fashion, or should do. So, like, they will. So, for example, you have if you want to convince someone of something, if you're like some like middle class educated critical thinking or whatever, you might think, oh, hang on, I came to the conclusion that this was a good thing because someone explained it to me, and that's the way, the culture that I understand if something's good or bad, and I'll evaluate it based off that information. But if someone's not got critical thinking skills and they're not from that general culture of information, they're not going to be that the appeal to reason, appeal to evidence is not going to work on them. Then they're not going to buy into it at all because that's just not a framework that their brain is compatible with at this point in time. So you have to appeal to like emotion, you have to appeal to authority, and that is how most things like politics, products, that's how most things are marketed. And even for people with critical thinking and that are generally critical, you don't have enough mental brain capacity and brain space. And the fact is, all humans are utterly irrational anyway. Even if you were like the ultimate critical thinker, you're still massively going to be susceptible to what your random emotions are on something, because it's just too much effort to be critical about everything. So no, it's not a rant. It's just explaining the nature of stuff. So yeah, yeah. I don't know what we learnt from that. It was just wasted time as usual. Right. I'll put it this way. I could do a video about this RSS car, right? And I could be like, oh, this is absolutely fantastic. The way that the tyres really represent my limited experience of real driving. We've got 3 real-world F4 drivers, and they've all gone, oh, this is fantastic, and they're using it in their training centres and stuff. That's really good. Right. There's a degree of argument of authority that would work on a lot of people there. But is that going to get more views and be more appealing? Or is having someone like, I don't know, just an influencer going, oh my God, guys, wow, this is so good. Oh, this is so fun. Oh, woo. Which is going to get more people to buy the thing? You know? So if you think about it, and that is why influencers are so powerful, because they just go, oh, wow, wow. People love that. Can't help themselves. Mr. Beast loves it. Oh dear. Right. The server's called Gamer Muscle. It's getting full. You should just be able to join it. I forgot to turn my halo off. Hang on. I loaded the setup. Oh, there we go. I think putting the force feedback linearity to a 100 is probably a good idea. Alan's setup. Hang on, we can just. If this isn't necessary, we'll wait until we've got an actual setup for this track. Because at the moment we're just using the one from the last track. Hang on. Has each car skin got different force feedback strength? It's weird. It's weird, isn't it? Oh well, doesn't matter. Let's go. Yeah, I'm still getting through this Noam Chomsky book at the moment. Called, I can't remember what it's called. It's more like him just talking to people. It's like 10 hours. It's an audio book. It's 10 hours long, and he's got some really good points towards the end of it about organising and activism. And it's really funny because this book was written in the 90s, like before 2001, and in that he's like talking about the 80s, the 90s, and up to 2000s, right? And he's like, yeah, wealth inequality is pretty bad. It's got worse. Like the kids in the 90s are earning the minimum wage is 15 to 30% less than what it was in the early 80s, like the 50s, 60s, 70s. And it's like, Noam, you don't know how bad it's going to get, matey. that was in 2000. We've now had an economic collapse, and we've also had a massive bailout, and we've also had COVID, which funneled money to billionaires. Fantastic. And we've also had house price increases. So funny. But he makes some really good points about mistakes that people on the left generally make. So it's good. It's good. It'd be handy if I knew the name of it so I could tell you what it is. But I don't, so it's totally useless. Jash. Yeah, Rod, now that is one. So with a good free-to-play title, so this is my argument, with good free-to-play titles, I actually think it's quite good, as long as these skins and stuff are not promoted as in a gambling form to children, which they normally are, and as long as they don't actually affect the underlying gameplay, I'm actually quite happy for it if it means that basically the game mechanics and the core game are accessible to a wider audience, which for online stuff really helps keep the user numbers up. Yeah, I like listening to audiobooks slowly though myself. I find it relaxing. I'm not in a... So the way I read, I like historical books, factual books and stuff. And the way I read is I'm thinking about what's being said. So it's not... I'm not just like... it's not just about, taking in the information as quick as possible. I like to sort of... I will also go back and listen to stuff previously. So I'll like... listen to the same thing multiple times because I'm thinking about it. So I sometimes get distracted. Like the book will be talking about medieval streets or something, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I wonder what. Then I'm like daydreaming about some scenario, and I'm like, oh hang on, book's still going, let me go back. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's a good idea. A lot of audiobooks are very slow, so I 100% agree. I'm just saying what I do. Yeah, so this is one of the things that will be really good with AI voices, because I really like audiobooks, and yeah, sometimes they're read in such a way that's excruciating, or the guy reading it it keeps going or says a specific word in a certain way, and you're like, nobody says words like that, and then that's all you can think about. So that's awesome. You could have David Attenborough read everything. David Attenborough reads Formula One commentary. Here we are at Brands Hatch as the cars get ready for the start of the race. Yes, Nigel Mansell is on pole position. And it looks like, yes, Tarquini has moved into third. and then we need Murray Walker doing snooker commentary. Oh, he has potted the yellow ball, and is it? Oh, it's incredible! The Red Bull's in, another Red Bull, and oh, it's 3 Red Bulls in the top pocket. Oh, it's amazing! And the opponent is in bewilderment as all the balls are pocketed. Who's this car in front of us lagging? What? How are you lagging on our server? You should be getting banned. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Right, you need to quit if you're lagging that much. Margaret Thatcher reads have Margaret Thatcher read stuff that you like. I can't do Margaret Thatcher voice. I'd rather not. I'll just start vomiting. Hang on, I should be able to see pings. Stop downloading naked women. I can't. I know what she sounds like. I can hear her voice in my head, but I need to kick a few homeless people and destroy some northern industries before I can. Before I can do Margaret Thatcher, I need to abuse some people that don't deserve to be abused at all. Not that anyone does. I need to deprive the small villages that have operated for hundreds of years of their only source of income, and not offer them anything, causing their entire economy and way of life to collapse. That's what I need to do to really be able to get into the spirit of Margaret Thatcher. I then need to privatise affordable housing and then not build any new council houses, thus completely destroying the market, but funneling money towards a minority of super wealthy people that will then help me maintain power because they are also in cahoots with the media system. That's what I need to do. Sorry for anyone that's joined that isn't in their 30s and jaded. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My mistake. Focus on the sim racing.
Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher.
That
Margaret
name.
Thatcher.
Oh,
Margaret
watch out.
Thatcher
Arousal
impression.
levels. I can't do it. Quick, privatise everything. Privatise RSS. Oh, hang on, Toddy is. Bloody hell! I think we need a bit of damping on this. We had that set up before and then I changed it like a muppet. Right. Bit of damper. I need to make another force feedback settings guide. How does a giveaway work? It's through dirty socialist format. We don't have the keys yet. We're just waiting for an email from RSS with the keys. If they don't email us before the end of this stream, we'll give them away on the Discord or something. Dirty handout. Have you seen the stuff at the moment in America with the people accusing what's her face? What's Kamala? I can't say her name. Kamala and the other guy, and the vice president potential. What are they called? What's the person called that's trying to be the next president and trying to be the next vice president when they're not? Candidates or whatever. Maybe that's what you just say. They're accusing them of being communist. Elon Musk was accusing them of being communist. It's like, hang on, right? What? Like, they are absolute. Well, first of all, they're relatively conservative, and they're neoliberal at best. Like, the degree of socialism on the Democrats is so minor compared to like any current example. It's insane to try and call them communist is insane. Like, separate to what you agree, separate to if you think like you probably have a distorted view of what communism is, but like separate to that, separate to what you think about how regulated, unregulated, governmental, private things should be, to call the Democrats calling them communist is mental. Like, it's not even vaguely radical left. It's like they are neoliberal, conservative neoliberal on the grand scheme of politics. Hang on, sorry for being too honest, but you talking in that low-pitched voice mocking someone is much better than your everyday voice. That's my normal, that is my everyday voice. I'll let it go, sorry, I'm slow here. Marxism has taken over the Democratic Party. Do you honestly believe that? Like, it's really weird, because what happens if an actual Marxist people did get into power? Like, what would you then call them? You've run out of words. That's what it does. It's like, yeah, well, you need to look at, like, read the Communist Manifesto, or like read like the definitions of communism. I'm not even saying what's right or wrong here. I'm not arguing what's better or worse, or what's better or worse in America. I'm just saying you like, they are, the Democratic Party is fundamentally traditional capitalist, like the establishment neoliberal capitalist with motivations on like international interference of world politics, and not positively or negatively. Like, I can see pros and cons, but like, they are not communist. Like, they would have to be advocating the dissolution of private enterprise, which they're not at all. They're like very much capitalist. They're only mildly wanting to make America's healthcare system somewhat on a par with Canada, which is still like largely privatized. So it's like, yeah, like the America is so far right and the right of effectively. This has also happened a bit in the UK. What do you mean they're not capitalist? Do you realise the Democratic Party are put into position by large capitalist interests, by large business interests? That's the whole system. What do you mean? What do you mean they're not capitalist? Like, right? What's your argument? Okay, well, you've won. You've really helped the conversation by calling me a fool. In what way are the Democrats anti-capitalist? Please, just tell me. Give me a good argument why you think that the Democrats are anti-capitalist. Democrats are still quite anti-union as well, to be honest. Like if they were genuinely, well, first of all, communist doesn't really apply to. If it was more socialist, I mean, they are more socialist than the Republicans in a general sense. In many aspects, the Republicans are quite socialist, to be honest. They're more social. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. They are more socialist, but that's not communism. So they're two different things. Also, being more socialist does not mean that you are like they're more socialist relative to the Republicans in a sense, but actually a lot of Republican stuff is quite socialist.
I don't like ACC,
in a
but
sense.
I do like the normalist.
Like public roads.
It's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Here we go. We're going racing. I just don't know how you can think of Democrats on the grand scheme of like international politics.
Okay, let's go.
Well, but why would like I'm not sure if gay marriage and those kind of things are really to do with socialism.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, surely that's a basic human right that if you're gay you're allowed to get married. Like why would you why is that not like a basic Here we go racing.
Okay, let's go.
Whoa! Whoa! Look at this! Oh, how are we all alive? It's a miracle! Rich Abe, you need to sort of look at more international politics and the sort of overall spectrum of things, rather than just looking at it in a more singular American context. Oh, here we go. Filing account. Everyone cares about genitals. Big genital. The word genitals is so stupid. Alright, love, show me your jennies. Genitals. Whoa! They've gone. They showed each other their genitals. Hello, I am a genital. Paid actors. T6 was an inside job. Whoa. Okay, we had the brake bars a bit far back. That's why the back of the car was rocketing. And how if you were like anti sort of socialism and communism, how do you deal with Assetto Corsa? How do you cope? Because AC is freely accessible, largely people making mods in their spare time, which is kind of goes against the idea that people have to be paid to do stuff. It's almost like people like to do things. The best. Surely AC is a pretty good example, and AC is basically one of the best, if not the best, sim platforms, and most of that has arisen through non-capitalistic motivation. So how do you explain that? The best a man can get, and a woman.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of
the best.
Probably one of the. Well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Woo! This is great for racing. The best. You wait, I'm going to use the thumbnail "the best" for like the next month, and then I'm going to change it to "the West." And no one's going to notice because I'll use the same font and nobody can tell the difference because they don't read words. It's really good fun, Vandis. Subconscious indoctrination. Indoctrinated. I indoctrinate you today. I indoctrinated Random Call Sign when he was asleep. Did you feel anything? He woke up. He woke up indoctrinated. Oh. Just a tingling said, "I've been indoctrinated." Not again. Don't you hate it? You're having a nice day. You're having a good time. You've had a good cup of tea, and then when you least expect it,
indoctrination.
Mind you, indoctrination sounds like an 80s rap band. The nation. Yeah, 2.5. I know. Oh! Squeeze him. You can't say that word on YouTube. We're living in the Orwellian future where you can't type words even regardless, or say words regardless of context. It's not how it works anymore, I'm afraid. The news speak. You have to use different words that everyone understands to communicate exactly the same thing, so thus rendering the censorship of the original word completely redundant. Ah, blessed be by the power.
And lo, on the 5th night, he was indoctrinated to become a member of the Gamer Muscle channel. His force feedback was therefore blessed, and 4 times more detailed in front-end feel. And his buttocks clenched.
Oh, we're done. Okay. Thanks, Random Call Sign. You
fool!
Thank you for being a member. Appreciate the tea bags. There you go, guys. If you become a member on YouTube and you're brand new, you get the DD Girl song, which makes many of people's ears bleed and brains slide out of their nostrils. But it's available when you become a member on Twitch as well, and you will regret it instantaneously. But sometimes regret's a perfectly valid emotion. You know, some people like to feel happy, some people like to feel sad. We offer regret. It's probably one of the least celebrated emotions, really. Oh, goodbye. He's mowed the lawn. MX Bikes is like the 12th most popular driving game on Steam at the moment, weirdly. TVDG, the next car up in front of us here. Good stuff. Thanks for clicking the like button as well, or just watching. That's the advert. What else can I promote? Oh yeah, you can. We've got affiliate links for Moser and Fanatec and Amazon. You can buy wigs. We have Iron 8 water bottle 10% discount by typing the code T. We have it all, really. We've got a donation link. We have, I mean, like whatever. You can. There's so many ways that you can ruin your life with this channel. You can buy the RSS car and be gaspered off the track. My goodness! My goodness! You can use sound alerts to play some of our amazing remixes. Some classic songs that we've produced over the years, like Inside Outside, Go Home and Play Tetris, Son of the Beach, iRacing voice chat hits that will one day be popular, probably not. There's so many options, guys. There's so many ways to waste money. What a time to be alive. Oh! Hello, Anti-Star. Ah! Beach! 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 Son of the beach! 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 Son of the beach! 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 Son of the beach! Son of the beach! Yeah, so when we play iRacing, we record voice chat and then remix the Salt. Son of the beach! That's a great use of musical talent. Oh dear. What music do you produce? You know, voice chat remixes. Oh, that genre. Yeah, it's common.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Bloody hell. Salt core. Salt mine. Salt garage. Salt house. We're catching TVDG. We're coming for you. You fell through the map. Well, hang on. Were you cutting a corner? How did you fall through the map? Were you cutting a corner or something? I've never fallen through this map. Wish you were in my race on iRacing yesterday. Could have made 4 remixes. What car were you driving? It's normally on F4 Super Formula. Cars that have a lot of moving around. Formula Ford is pretty good for Salt. Oh, no random call sign. How's the... have you got your therapy session booked in? Why do Americans interchange liberal and social? I know. Also, they don't define... I mean, people do this in the UK as well. They don't define which specific part of liberal they're talking about. So it's very confusing because liberal isn't... Like liberal Democrats are not the same as American liberals. And then... it's the same thing with GR86 is a good one for Rex, yeah. What's the other one? Oh yeah, like so Democratic Socialist, which is mostly what I am for a large part. At this point, maybe not as an end game, but pragmatically I'm more of a Democratic Socialist, which there's no representation for that anywhere. But that's not anti-capitalist at all. Like a democratic socialist is someone that believes in regulated capitalism with an emphasis on socialism, and the socialism and democracy regulating the capitalism, and then where there's no competition, then you would do that through socialist means, because anybody that's done even the most basic of economics knows that if there's a natural monopoly or there's no competition, capitalism just doesn't work. All the positives of capitalism or competition, without any competition, the sort of organic and good parts of capitalism, the not sort of non-interference, fast development, nimble components of capitalism just don't work if there's no competition. There's no motivation to innovate. And actually, ironically, most innovation, even in America, even under its sort of Reagan structures, most of the innovation has come through government grants and R&D tax rebates and government programs. So ironically, we're already living in like a very socialist state, but it's just socialist for businesses. Anyway, point is, the words are like, people don't define the specific words and what they mean by them, so they just say stuff that they've heard. And it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like people just have an emotive response because they probably watched some news or seen some basic stuff, and then they've got an emotive response to certain words like socialism, communism, capitalism, whatever. They just have an emotive response to it, and then they're like, oh, I like that, or I don't like that because I've heard it in this context. It's really weird. Does communism lead to the death of innovation? We've not had anything even close to communism. All systems have been brutal dictatorships. It would depend on the resource accessibility, how you were like actually managing the communism. You could equally have a pure capitalist system or a communist system, either of which could be despotic and mental. Either. So this is a big blind spot that a lot of people have, is that it's more specifically, where you have people that are like anti-government or people that are anti-private corporation by default, either. The thing is, you can have a private corporation that's massively Orwellian and controlling everything, despotic and doesn't change and is not innovating, and you can have a government that's Orwellian, doesn't change anything, doesn't give any freedom. Both are potentially equally able to do those things. You can't just go, oh, one is always good and one's always bad. It just doesn't work like that. Like, like the sort of Orwellian 1984 scenario with that whole, if you read the book or watch the film, that could be a government or it could be a business. It wouldn't make any difference that's running that. So that's a good way of knowing when someone's a bit stupid. Not that they're stupid themselves, but their views are a bit stupid. Like they haven't thought about it, because they automatically imbue capitalism by default as being by default terrible, and government or private or public stuff is automatically being terrible or good, or vice versa. But obviously I should be the commander-in-chief of the entire universe. That's just a fact. Alan with the win. Martin Oliviera second, Storbart third. Well done, guys. Merry Teabag Christmas. We were just a little bit. We got, you know, who doesn't like a bit of a chat? Commander of DD Wheels. Thanks for clicking the like button, guys. Oh, that's the wrong thing. We've nearly got 100 likes. Well, China's not communist, is it? For a start. So that's bizarre. So, yeah, China... But yeah, there is no... I agree. There's no pure of any system, for sure. Because it just logistically doesn't work. Like, imagine you... I'm agreeing with you, by the way. Not on the China thing, but the nature of what you're saying. If you removed money out of everything and you had a pure communist society as best as you could have, and even if it was a good one, guess what would happen? You would have people trading stuff. They would create their own little black markets. They'd be like, they'd come up with their own currencies and stuff, and you'd end up with effectively a form of, you'd have a currency like a Bitcoin or something, or an exchange token, like what happens in prisons. Like they just use cigarettes. So they don't use in money, and they're all under the same rules of the prison, but they create their own economy because it's just it's a utilitarian way of exchanging stuff. So you can't avoid it happening to some extent, even if you really tried not to stop it. Even if you're in a prison, you can't stop it. So imagine trying to control it in society. As for China being communist. It's not communist. It's a authoritarian dictatorship, which you're right is using. It's a really weird structured form of capitalism that's kind of a bit like how a mafia would operate, as far as I can tell. You have the different provinces. You have friends of the central government. The central government then mandates what those individual people in those provinces and who knows who can do whatever they can do. So, in a sense, the Chinese system in some ways actually resembles the Western system in many ways, but then there is more of a controlling, more of a centralised controlling government, but it's not centrally planned in its entirety, and I wouldn't describe it as communism. Also, anytime a person or country describes themselves as a thing, they're normally not that thing. So, yeah, it's not that the Chinese system's entirely terrible. I mean, it's a huge country. There's a lot of people there. It could collapse. Like, imagine if you had it's happened in the past. Imagine the instability when you've got that many people. If there was a groundswelling of political change in China, the whole country could just collapse. And imagine the type of civil war that would occur in China. So you can see why a central government would be terrified of that scenario, even from, obviously they're going to be self-interested and they want to protect themselves. There's some people who are living in luxury right now. But putting that to one side, even from a purely ethical consideration, you'd be like, oh shit, I don't want to be the one in government with everything collapsing around me and all the people that would die. So you can see how that, even from a non sort of authoritarian or like anti-humanitarian view, you can see why they would be pressured to operate how they do. I know, sim racing communist, playing a communist racing sim. Do you think it's a good system? What, the Chinese system? I don't really fully understand the Chinese. I only have a very vague view of it. It's only $1.99. Assuming it's half price at the moment. We'll have keys to give away, but they'll be given out at random. I don't have them yet though. Oh, look at the flames coming out of the side. That's cool. Here we go.
Okay, let's go.
What kind of food mixer do you have, Uhtred? Uhtred has a bloody motorbike engine for he likes to blend concrete. My field of view's fine. Jesus Christ. Fix your field of view. But why are you telling me to change my field of view? What are you on about? Bit of an iRacing save there. Bloody hell. Wow. That's what you get taxed by. It's probably the processing fee for the whatever they use for Oh, NK sent the keys over, there we go. Yeah, wrong steering rotation, wrong sim rig, wrong force feedback settings. Thanks for sending the keys over. Yeah, I don't know what it is with people. Pong, Jesus Christ! Right, Pong Racing. Why would you type that? Like, are you like wrong beard? Are you gonna get the didgeridoo? I honestly wonder what is going on in people's heads sometimes. Wrong brake pedal settings. Alright, thanks for watching, Lefty. I mean,
My goodness!
it is weird. Wrong existence. Woo! Yeah, I wonder what's more like. Let's focus on field of view, not the fact that we're talking about economics whilst driving. Of all the things that would be likely to affect performance, could it be live streaming with like 3 web cameras talking about politics? Could that not have a bigger impact? Oh dear. It's time to latch onto an arbitrary thing. I don't care. That's my answer to that. I don't care. I am me. That's my view. That's my gender. I don't care. Agendered. I have an agenda. I am the agenda. eye muscle. Exactly. Hello, CC. My gender is if I woke up tomorrow and I wanted to do whatever, I'd do whatever. And everyone should be free to do what they want to do and love who they want to love. But complain about iRace's time model, that's important. Bro got triggered. I'm guessing you're like 15. Don't tell me your age if you're under 18, because I don't want you to dox your age if you're under 18. But I'm guessing you're pretty young. Look, Pagana, you need to try and play a driving sim with a VR headset, and then after that you will lose all interest in field of view on monitors, because you'll be like, hang on. You'll be like, no, monitors are shit. So, oh, it's carnage! It's just like an iRacing race. Whoa! Coming through. You've not seen me triggered, to be honest. I wouldn't be live streaming if I were triggered. I'd be, I don't know what I'd be doing. Well, it only makes sense if you don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I probably will do a comparison, because I do play the iRacing one a lot and I quite like it. But at the end of the day, the reality is AC is like on another level to iRacing physics wise. Everybody knows it that's driven real cars, and is, you know, it just is. It's a just bloody fact. However, iRacing's got the people in it. It's got online competition. It's got hilarious crashes. You know, it's active. You could jump in and have a race. So that's just the reality of how it is. So it doesn't really matter which is more or less realistic from a sort of gaming perspective. You know. Well, if you couldn't. So with iRacing, you, as I say a billion times, the fact is the tyres do not operate at the limit like tyres. So nothing in iRacing fundamentally drives like a car as soon as you get to the limit. So that's a bit of a problem. It's a little bit of an issue, but it's still good fun, and under the limit, and in many scenarios you apply the same techniques as you do in every driving game. And it's got people online, it's got voice chat, the visual damage looks nice. So, you know. Oh, I'm in first place. Not for long. What? Try 1080 stick. Well, I'm... Jash. Right. If your wheel is set 1-to-1 with the simulator, if you're not typically... Well, I mean, maybe with vintage cars you might, but with most cars... You're not going to be rotating the wheel more than like 500 degrees. Maybe if you're drifting and stuff. But with most race cars, even road cars, you're not... The sensitivity of the steering rack to the steering input would be the same with a 900 or a 50 billion rotation steering wheel. You're just not going to get to the end of the rotation. So it's basically doesn't make any difference what real rotation you have unless you were driving a car where you make use of that rotation, or like a lorry, or as I say, if you're drifting and the wheels freely rotating. But with pretty much every race car, you're not really going to ever be 900 degrees is like 2 full rotations or more. So like unless you were doing something crazy, like even with the Shelby Cobra, we would be only doing 360 degrees, or probably like 3/4 of the way around. Yeah, but it's to do with the steering rack and the physical steering wheel, and then where its bump stop limit is, and where its rack and pinion goes to. But obviously that's not an issue with the sim, so you can just set the wheel to whatever, and then you're going to be driving within what the physical real car would be locked to. So that's why it doesn't. So you have the steering sensitivities independent of the physical rotation of the wheel. It depends on how fast, how many cogs, and the size of the rack and pinion, and the nature of that is what defines, and the wheel geometry and other stuff will define the sensitivity. But obviously, Formula cars, it's hard to, you're blocking your view when you're turning more than X degrees. It's tight space. And also, the cars are very responsive as well, so. Whereas a lorry. Keith, yeah, no, it's all right. I'm used to it. We've had so much stupid stuff in chat, like when, and it always comes about normally when you're being critical, that someone will jump to some silly thing. So like with iRacing and being obsessed with random settings and stuff, even though everything I've said is in line with what everyone in the industry says, pretty much. So, it's just sim races. I'm not making the corner. God, that's it. How many people crash there in real life like that? I knew that was happening. What you said, like, what you are you on? Race over, man. I don't know what you're saying, matey. You I'm afraid to say that you're embarrassing yourself. So, do some sim racing with a VR headset, and you won't care. Once you've driven with, well, if you've done a lot of sim racing, you won't care about field of view, generally speaking, that much. Like, you'll be happy within a certain range, because you just don't care, because you're like, I mean, yeah, sure, if this was like, if I was racing this in like some esports event for a huge prize, and I'm an esports driver, and that's what my entire thing was about, then yeah, I'd get really fiddly with field of view, and then lock it into something. But outside of that context, it really doesn't matter that much, especially if if you've got like 10,000 hours of playing driving sims. And if you use VR, yeah, Pagana, right? Do you realise? Can you imagine? Right, at this point in time, I'm not saying I'm a good sim racer, because I'm definitely not. But it is actually quite probable that I have probably the most amount of time on different simulators compared to anyone else on Earth. It's quite possible, because there's not many people that are 50 years old that have spent between 3 and 15 hours a day for 5 years. Well, 5 years live streaming and 20 years of doing a few hours a day of sim racing in every sim on the market. I doubt that there's that many people that have spent as much time as me sim racing across multiple simulators. So it's a bit weird. I'm not triggered. I'm explaining reality to you. You can't just say someone's triggered to then be like, oh, they're triggered. I mean, you can say that. Oh, God! I triggered the oversteer. But you don't even know what I've said about FOV. I'm not saying that I'm running the correct calculated field of view for my monitor size and my distance from it. This is so ridiculous, guys. I can only assume you're like a teenager or something, or you're relatively new to sim racing, and you're in that phase of sim racing where you've like, oh, I've just learnt about trail braking. Oh, I've just learnt about force feedback settings and wheel rotation. Oh, I've learnt about FOV calculators. I've just learnt that race cars have somewhat stiff brake pedals most of the time, not all the time. Oh, you're at that point. Trust me, when you get really like jaded after sim racing for a really long time, you don't care about a lot of these things, and also you know that there's just a lot of variation in things and reasons to do stuff not calculated. Well done to Alan Burby on Saria, top 3. Wonky headset, wrong microphone, only live streaming on 2 platforms at the same time. My EQ's incorrect on my Go XLR. I'm using a mod mic that's out of date. My Sennheiser 595s aren't good enough. Go XLR is probably not the best DAC. It doesn't have the best audio converter to the headset. I've got a HOTAS on my rig, which is blocking my thing. My pedal positions are incorrect. My rig's tilted back for comfort, which is incorrect. I'm not using a bucket seat. That's incorrect. My wheel height is incorrect. It's not like an actual Formula 1 wheel height. The tilt of it is incorrect as well. I'm driving using a GT3 wheel rim that's too big for this type of car. It should be like 270, not 2 whatever this is. Guys, what else have I set up wrong on this rig? I'm only using one of my 55-inch monitors. I've locked the frame rate at 120Hz VSync, so I'm getting more latency than if I had it unlocked, though it actually produces a better viewing experience for you guys. My lighting. I have actually just bought a new key light, but my lighting's set up atrociously. I do have the camera set up to 50 FPS, which stops strobing, but it could be at a higher frame rate, and the ISO and the colour balancing could be better. The colour balancing isn't set up with the room properly. I could have a better lens on my camera, but I don't. The rear camera lens isn't lined up properly on this. The auto scene switching isn't ideal. It's probably a little bit distracting. That white is blown out. The fish is at a wonky angle. What? I mean, there's just. I mean, really. I'm fat. I'm not a hot woman. My shirt is like trying to like hold my flab in. My goodness. But yes, guys. Field of view. That's what we're focusing on. Just the field of view. Ignore everything else. Field of view is wrong. Close the stream down. Let's just focus everything on field of view for a minute. I love being a streamer. It's honestly not causing me permanent brain damage. Yeah, Tommy, yeah. Well, with next racer, that was good racing. I enjoyed that. It's a good car. Oh, we got some keys to give away. Right. How do we give keys out in a way that's fair? I could post them in chat, but then a bot could get it. But that's the easiest way for me to do it, is to just put them in chat, and then you guys can try. I can't make a race for keys because they've got the key already to be in the race. We can put them in the Game of Muscle Discord, yeah. If you go in the Game of Muscle tea room, I'll invite you. We can put one. We can drop them occasionally in there, because I can't be bothered to fiddle arse around with giving out keys, and I whoever gets them quickly, and maybe there's some automated way of doing it. I don't know. For this F4 car. Oh, hang on, rejoin the server as well. Maybe I should write a key on a piece of paper and move it around, and whoever has the best quality monitor will get it. Right, server's going back up here in a minute. Supposedly they emailed me the keys. Some keys at least. Here we go. Oh, they're not very long keys, so how about that? Doesn't make it. We should hide keys all on the car livery, but they have the keys already because it's for the F4 car. So it wouldn't make any sense, would it? Oh, yes. Well, congratulations, you're in the race. What have you won? Oh, the thing that you've already got. Oh, wow, thank you. I just really wanted that. Hang on, here we go. Let's get this new server up. Yeah, they have a sale on as well anyway, so it's 50% off on everything, I think. Well, we'll post it in the Game of Muscle server room on the Discord. Invite people. So go in this room here.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Go in this room. That way bots shouldn't scrape them straight away. Don't take a key, guys, if you already have the car, please, because it probably won't work anyway. We'll put 5 keys in that room. So get in there. I'd just use any field of view. Even if you had, right? Even if you had the correct field of view, you'd still get people saying wrong field of view. You can't win. There's no winning because they don't know how big your screen is or how close your screen is. So like someone watching this might be like, oh, it looks like a wide field of view, for example, right? But if you have a 55-inch monitor that's really close to you, you would actually need a pretty wide field of view. Don't bring it up. Oh dear. Right, here we go. We'll put 5 keys in the chat in the Game of Muscle Ranked AC server room. Let me know if you get it. I know, Jasper. It is a bit weird to be obsessed with certain things with Sims as well, like oh yeah, well that's actually a weird thing. It's for someone to be really obsessed with field of view, but then not be obsessed with the height, because like in a real Formula car you sit really low, like you're like this, you're like this. The wheel would be here, like when you're turning, your hand is basically, you know, you're in a Formula seat. So what's going to be more impactful to visibility in a Formula car? Like field of view, how like a more mathematically correct field of view does help for like the scale of stuff and parity between different sims. But you could be using whatever field of view you use across all the simulators you play, or maybe because the different sims have different physics in them, you might want to actually have it be different because it might help you to better realize or like not drive each sim exactly the same way with the same expectations. So you could actually make a logical argument for why you would have field of view be different from game to game. In the same way, like you do actually have normally for like more arcadey games, you have different field of view for different reasons. But even if you had it exactly the same, your height and your view position is going to be different. And then at the end of the day, it's a 2D screen. So unless you're in VR,
The pace car is out of control.
It's terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's not. This is one of those things where it's not a bad idea, especially if you're new to sim racing, or if you were going to go and drive a real car, or you set up a sim center with projectors and stuff. You know, it's not a bad idea to use a calculator with 2D screens to have things one-to-one. Like, why not? Why not try and calculate it like that? That's fine, especially if you're new, because people might run really high field of view or really low field of view. That's fine. However, if you've been sim racing for like 20 years and you've used VR and you just got to a point where you don't care because you're not going to drive the real car anyway or in time soon, so I've not banned you, Star Fox. It might be certain words. It's not all subjective.
Okay, let's go.
But there's reasons why you might do different things. Your enjoyment and what you like of something that is abstract is subjective. But it isn't a subjective thing. People get really confused on the word subjective and how things and what that relates to. So it's not subjective, but you might have a subjective preference. So the difference between iRacing and AC's physics is not subjective. There are objective differences, but you might happen to enjoy how iRacing drives over AC, or you might have more fun playing it, or whatever. There's, you know, like I think ACC has more realistic physics. I believe, like, objectively speaking, I think it probably has more realistic physics than iRacing. But I prefer to play iRacing over ACC. Like, I enjoy it more. Well, in the LMP2 cars, I moved my camera on the dash in iRacing. The cockpit view in LMP2 in 2D is so bad. It's all right in VR, but there's also those Brazilian stock cars are so bad in 2D because you're in a Formula position in the car, but then you have the car dash in the way, and you're sat in the middle of the car, and then you've got the car bonnet, and it's terrible. Terrible on a 2D screen. It just doesn't make sense. But in real life or in VR, it's great. Well, I'm guessing in real life it's great. I've never sat in a stock car in real life, but VR gives you, it's close. No rants, just a question. You said lower field of view might be sometimes better. How so? Are you talking to Pagana? I can tell you why lower or higher field of view. So lower field of view can allow you to detect central rotation of the car more sensitively. So you can detect rotation more easily with a lower field of view. Generally speaking, so that when you have higher field of view, it will make the car feel less rotating, less snappy. Lower field of view will make the car feel or perceive, it will seem more responsive. But you can watch my video. We got a well good video on this. Hang on a minute. Didn't I make a video about field of view and using field of view calculators 10 years ago? That's weird, isn't it? Oh, hang on. 10 years ago, guys. 10 years. And then we have people come in the chat room. Can you imagine doing YouTube videos 10 years ago explaining field of view? 26,000 views. And this was like one of the first somewhat popular field of view videos that explains things very like clearly. No, it doesn't matter because I obviously have no idea at all about anything. It even explains why low field of view and high field of view might be good or bad. I just don't know why I bother. I need it. If someone says field of view in chat, it just needs to spam videos I made a decade ago. A decade? I made this a decade ago. No, it's not. I'm clowning. Look, you've come into the chat room as someone that's made videos on this subject 10 years ago. You're probably not even 10 years old. You realise how old I am? Like how much sim racing pain I've been through. All I'm saying is no. So no, Pagano. This is not stopping. This is the most important subject of the decade. What I'm saying is, if someone has a sim racing YouTube channel for over 10 years and they've done a field of view guide video that goes through all the pros and cons of higher or lower field of view, explains using a calculator, and they own 6 VR headsets and they've been live streaming for 10 hours a day for 5 years, what I'm saying is it's quite likely, it's reasonably possible to assume that when they're using whatever field of view they're using in a game, they probably are aware of why they're using that field of view, or they probably don't care, or there's other factors. That is what I'm saying. They probably have some kind of condition. No keys work. Oh, people have probably already redeemed them. We'll do another key dump in a bit after this race. Well, it was pretty clear, Pagana, that I mean, if you've got a sim racing channel with like 10,000 subs or something, I don't know, with like I don't know how many subs we have now, like 80 or something, 70, 80, I don't know. Actually, how many subs do we have? 83! 83,000 subscribers on a sim racing channel. You would think that they've probably considered field of view at some point. Surely. I mean, it would be... Also, look how old I look. Look how miserable I am. Clearly, I've been sim racing too long. I walk around with like my arms like this. I can't walk anymore. My left leg's twice as big as my right leg from the load cell pedal. Can you share this setup in the game? But yeah, like I see it's difficult because you know, the key normally what you do as a sim racing channel is you make really pretentious guide videos and shorts and training videos, and so some of them aren't pretentious, some of them are just giving information, but a lot of it is a bit weirdly pretentious and a bit, you know, I'm the teacher sort of vibe. Thanks for subscribing, Keiko Diaz.
Woo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the problem is I haven't... If you do that, if you do the whole I'm a teacher, here's the guide type approach, which there's a lot of people that do them, then they're totally fine, they're really good. But, you know, if you present yourself like that, then people look at that as an authority because of the context of how the information is presented. Whereas if you present yourself as just being pretty down to earth and taking the piss out of everything, people don't come at you with that, which is good in many ways, but also slightly frustrating when you get the same comments every single day. Oh, here's how the snow. Oh, hang on. So I have to do things as per your scenario. It has to be done. No, but it's not wrong. it's not wrong. That's the point. You've missed the point. It's not necessarily directly calculated field of view, but it's not necessarily wrong because I'm playing on a 2D screen. So it's not necessarily wrong. That's you've still missed the point. You So it's like it would be look a good thing is like, oh, what are you guys doing? Force feedback. You could go, oh well, we need to harness 1-to-1 strength in the force feedback because that's realistic, and this car has X Newton meters and this has Y Newton meters, and it's like, well, yeah, but you're not actually in a real car. You're playing a video game with limited information through your body, so you might want stronger force feedback to feel more than what you'd feel in the real car through the wheel. You might want to use stuff that you wouldn't feel in a real car through the wheel. You might want to make it weaker because your arms hurt. No, I'm not. No! You didn't miss the point. Right. I don't prefer it, I just don't care. Why are you obsessed with this? It's not necessarily... I actually just explained this earlier. See, this is the problem. The reality is actually more nuanced than a calculated binary, and a lot of sim racers get stuck on this. A lot of people get stuck on this with all information. Things are often a lot more nuanced than a singular simplistic way of looking at things. So the fact of the matter is, a monitor is not what it looks like in real life. So it's not a case that even if you use a calculated field of view, it's not the case that that's necessarily exactly correct to what it would be like when actually using it in real life. We've explained this. Seating position might be different in a sim. You might want to be able to see more. You'd see different stuff in a sim. Like VR comes very close to it. VR actually does do 1-to-1 and has the head tracking and the 3D and the positioning. So that actually does make sense with that. But a monitor, a 2D monitor, is fundamentally abstract from how a 3D head tracked two eyeballs work. So as a result, you can't then apply a single binary specific way of doing stuff as a be all and end all. That is the way to do it, and this is it. It's not a bad idea to do that, and I'm not saying that's not an optimal way to do things in many ways, but it's not as simple as going, this is right and this is wrong. And the more you look at stuff in with anything, you'll find this is the case with lots of things. Even stuff that would seemingly be quite definitive, often has quite a lot of degrees of nuance to it. Also, outside of field of view, your camera position has, as we said, and tilt and filtering and stuff has quite a big impact anyway. I even made a video about it. Hang on. Well, I need to find the other video I made. What do you mean, can't you see the corners? What? So this is another thing that maybe you don't know, but different video games render a distortion of how they render the scene onto a 2D plane of a monitor. There's different rendering techniques that can cause different types of distortion in subtle ways, which again is different from game to game and can have different perceptive effects. So you could go into this in like a really deep way if you wanted to. There's no password. Not necessarily the horizontal versus vertical stretching and stuff, but like how different camera lenses have different types of distortion, and how you like if you're mapping a spherical image to a 2D plane, you will get different results, and so there's like a lot of subtle complexity to stuff. Again, I mean, I don't know. It's just really weird to go into a live streamer's chat with these sorts of things when you need to keep in mind that a live streamer probably has 50 other things ahead on top of like the field of view. So like I have a chat room in front of my monitor. There's a separate monitor. We were waiting for an email with CD keys. We then have Discord and other stuff on other screens. I then have a view of the live stream on Twitch and OBS. I'm then running another computer that's encoding the game. And then I have a preview of that, which I'm also checking every now and again to see if it's connected and things. There's just so much. So it's just, you know, it's just really weird. I understand I'm obviously so good at what I do that this is just seamless, and so you're only focusing on the thing that happens to have bothered you, so I take that as a compliment. I'm clearly that much of a pro. Not surprising. But no, they're all identical. It's McDonald's racing. I'll give you some didgeridoo in a minute. Hang on. Let me just help you. It's been a while. You've definitely earned the didge. The Yiddiki the elephant. I think we've got better at playing it, to be honest. That wasn't bad. We've not got the circular breathing. It'll be a few years. Yiddiki master. So like Aborigines get annoyed by the term didgeridoo. I don't know if you guys know about this. So it's actually called a Yiddiki, but the reason why we in the West call it a didgeridoo is because British people, when they were busy murdering all the indigenous people, the first songs that they heard were Aborigines going do 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 do. So then the Westerners were like, oh, we won't ask them what it's called. Let's just call it what we think it sounds like. So didgeridoo is actually a Yiddiki, and spelled Y. I don't know their spelling, but YD with a Y. Yiddiki. I'm probably saying it wrong, but yeah, there you go. Fun fact. I mean, I don't necessarily think it matters too much, but it's interesting. Interesting tidbit. I actually offer my didgeridoo services to audio artists that need didgeridoo for their cars. Maybe we could make a didgeridoo car in a sim. Oh, can you claim the codes in Content Manager? How does that work? How do you actually claim the codes that I put in the chat? We'll do more code soon. I tell you what, Rush, I'll give you a code. Look, he's dying for a code. Let me give you one. Let me just give one to him. Here you go. Look, he's this guy. Here you go. I'll give you one because he's dying for a code. Let's just virtuously give one. Here you go. There you go. I'm giving him out randomly, but he's in Discord. He's struggling. Okay, right. Who desperately wants to go in the Discord chat? Who desperately wants a code and can't afford to support RSS or Oh, what's going on here? Why is my mouse doing this?
Let's go.
Oh dear. Right, go in the thing if you desperately want a code and you can't wait. You can't wait to get one randomly. For the next like 10 people that ask for a code in the Game of Muscle AC ranked server, I'll give them to the next 10 people that desperate. But if you can afford to buy it, or it's then just it's good to support RSS. They do good content. Yeah, it's already cheap, but yeah, maybe some people don't have any money. So if you desperately want one, do a post in the Discord, and we'll just say I'd really like a key, and I'll try and give them out. At least to the next 10 people that ask. Yeah, only say once. I've given you one, Rush, already, you noob. I've literally DM'd you a code already. Oh dear. Yeah, Palooka, we'll do it. I'm hyped for AC Evo. Well, I'm pessimistic. How do you learn a lot of stuff? I don't. I just make it all up. I just fiddle around with stuff. I just fiddle around. You've heard my remixes. That's from me just fiddling around with Fruity Loops. That's how I learn, just messing around with stuff. You watch menu streams. I don't know what I'm doing. You just fiddle around with stuff until things happen. Right, after this race, we'll go through the. I'll message people. So we'll do a race first, and then I'll message you guys with the code. Have you got a setup? Whoever's done a fast lap, can you share the setup? Chimmer, can you share your setup, please, in the game? I'm pretty sure they're doing early access on AC Evo. Yeah, I'd imagine it'll probably be a bit buggy. Well, not buggy, but I imagine it will be a bit. Probably take like a year or so to get better. Thanks, Dino. That's just how games are these days, isn't it? But yeah, it'll be fun to stream. I think because it'll be cross-platform as well. I don't know if it'll be cross-play, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it because I'm a Kunos fanboy. Like I do have every Kunos game ever made: Netcar Pro, FVA. I played them all pretty much as they came out. Well, from Netcar Pro onwards, played all of them first day. I really like what Kunos do, generally speaking. They're mental and they're really annoying, but but I mean, I'm the same with to be honest, when I race in those new cars, I get them. LMU, I just get every sim. I like sims in general. That is true. I've actually moved my camera forwards. If you don't have I don't know if I'll get keys because yeah, I don't know. The problem is I have a reputation for being too direct. So that's not really good for promotion of games. If a game's really good, it's fantastic because, well, you know I'm honest, and you know I'm just going to say things as they are. But if a game's a bit shitty, you know I'm going to say that it's a bit shitty. So that's not good for marketing. If you've got a shitty game and you need to promote it, you're not going to give it to a YouTuber that you know is going to point out what's wrong with it. So you know, well, some publishers and developers do actually, but you know. Become a sellout. Oh yeah, well we'll sell out. Don't worry. But no, it'd be cool to get some keys. If it's something they do, it would be awesome. But then there'll probably be a lot more. What would be nice is if they did an early access and then they had. So a common thing to do now for promotion is that you give, like, say, 50 keys to a streamer to give to their community, sort of thing. That'd be a really good idea for them to do that. Rather than just giving random key giveaway, it's like, oh, it's a nice way to be able to give stuff directly to a community. And that also helps get the game seeded and interest in it. But 50 keys is potentially, what, like £500 or something? So, well, more, like £2,000, £3,000. But to be honest, marketing, that's not much in the marketing terms. It depends. Depends what they're doing. Right, here we go. Oh no! I'm having some issues with. Oh, it's probably my Go XLR that's doing it. Ah, guys, we can't move. We got a problem. I can't move. Oh dear. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. It's my Go XLR that's causing the issue. Bloody hell. It's the Go XLR. This is a known issue with them. I know, Thomas. After a few months. Well, it's on like a rig, like proper static as well. It's like proper solid on the rig. Ah, well. There we go. Yeah, it's annoying how audio causes everything to break. Go XLR is like a audio controller device. Lets you choose. Bloody hell, wrong setup. Lets you choose volume settings and things. We'll go on the back of the field. 5 seconds, 24 seconds. Okay. It's just handy because it does all like audio filtering, mic output, and then takes all the channels of the game and then lets you send it to another computer and things quite well. Now, I think most sim racers like more sims to be good. I think even if you're like a hardcore iRacing fan, you'd be like, you would want another sim to play. Like, why not? Robo Muscle. Yeah. What an amazing use of technology. We need to try driving on that curb on the inside. We haven't had any weird curb shit happen yet. Ah! I think so. It's supposed to have the shader patch, new physics. Yeah, I know. It should. I mean, any driving game that's trying to do realistic racing needs to have ranked split, centralized multiplayer like LMU, iRacing. On Saria, well, you need to be more like Tony Kanaan and have huge arms. Tony King Arms. Yeah, like I'm braking on the curb. Let's really try and hit the curbs. Oh, what are you doing? It's just like an iRacing race. Cars drifting all over the place. Yeah, look, we're driving on the curves aggressively. This seems a lot more realistic to me than the iRacing one. I still enjoy driving the iRacing one. The thing is, when you've got cars with downforce, they tend to help mitigate tire model issues in sims. That was always the case in R-Factor 1 and iRacing, and downforce just stabilises everything, makes grip return faster to tyres. Whew. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button on YouTube. So extended physics will only work with cars that support extended physics. The live telemetry is part of Race Essential CMRT complete, and they just thanks for subscribing. They just did an update today actually, which I've not tried yet. Yeah, I think they've done a really good job with the audio. Yeah, £2, and this is. I mean, I'm really enjoying driving it. You have to push it into the corners quite hard, but it's a really good. We already had some really good races on Road Atlanta. It's a car that's approachable for people to get used to Formula cars, which is exactly what this is meant to be. Also, the way that the cars are driving and moving around the track looks really realistic. Like the iRacing one, people tend to dart around a lot more than what I've ever seen in real F4 drive races. Like this is more. I mean, I like that the iRacing one's oversteering. The iRacing one feels as if the diffs are a lot more open. Personally, I like that, but This is a lot more planted, which I think is more realistic to what I've seen of the real car. Like, it's supposed to be a super, like, it's supposed to get people used to the sort of cornering G-forces, the size and shape of Formula cars, and the more sort of snappy nature of slick tyres with a bit of downforce and stuff. Like, it's supposed to get people used to Formula car driving before they go to like really fast, or like, you know, like F3 or F2 and stuff. So it's like a yeah, the Tatus is the so basically in about, I think it was 2014 it might have been, or 2017, they changed the spec of F4 to what is now the sort of the F4 spec that you have now, that you see in like GB4. The Tatus is F4, but it's a slightly slower and slightly different specification, but it's pretty similar, to be honest. Same sort of thing. But there's like 8 or 9 manufacturers of the Tatus now, like Dallara, Tatus, Liger, is it? I don't know, there's loads of them. But that was, so the Tatus F4 that you've got in basic AC, you still find it randomly at, like, if you do driver coaching sessions at real racetracks, you'll often find them. Like in, I think they still use them at Vallelunga actually. They have them in Silverstone, I think, has some. Whereas the F4, this F4 car, you have, as I say, like GB4. It's really there's like the there's a Euro F4 support series that follows World Endurance Championship, I think it is, and the GT, the Fanatec GT series has an F4 support race. There's, I don't think there's F4 before Formula 1 actually. There might be. There's like I said, GB4, which you know, that's before BTCC and stuff. Yeah, it's probably, I'd imagine it's the most mass-produced Formula car now. Well, I mean, unless you're going to class a Radical, but the Radical's not really a Formula car, but it's very popular because it's I think you can race it for like 150,000 a year, 180,000, and the car you can buy for, I think, 70 to 120,000. So, which is cheap for what it is. Might even be less than that actually, but obviously it depends on the wear and tear, and maybe a new one's more expensive. But yeah, for online, like, I'd say this and the Radical SR3 are both in that range of absolutely fantastic cars for jumping online racing. I need to get some fuel here because they're quite fast, so larger tracks are not depressingly slow. They're nice and grippy and predictable, but reward like nice precise pedal input. So I'm just going to give out the keys now, actually. Let's do that. Let's give out some extra keys. So, Tech wants one. go to the Game of Muscle Discord and post in the AC server if you want a key. If you don't want to buy one, I mean, if you like RSS, you could buy it. There you go. Discord's asking me if I'm a human. Are you a human? No. I am not. I am machine. I'm just using bog standard pure. Bog standard pure time. Pure bog standard. I'll tell you what we'll do as well. I'll leave the Game of Muscle servers up with the F4 car. When we finish streaming. So people can keep racing it if they want to. What a service! Absolute service. This guy. What a service. What a guy. Yeah, the whole internet will be locked down. It's definitely happening. Like, you're not going to be able to know if it's a person on the internet or machines. Like, there's going to be no way. Who's winning this? I need a cup of coffee or something. What if someone designs an app that's only job is to never be defeated? What do you mean? Defeated for what? Isn't that just called a racing simulator? Well, the thing is, if AI became like sentient, or even if it didn't, but it became like the Borg or something, and it worked out, if I sent you a key on Discord, then it'll be a PM back to you. So you have to accept the message, and then I don't know where you actually redeem the key, if it's in Content Manager. But yeah, no, if AI became sentient, and it was evil, you wouldn't know that it took over, because it would be clever enough to manipulate things to get people to do stupid stuff whilst acting like it wasn't, you know. So people would go, you know, well, we're in control of everything, but actually the AI would just be really subtly manipulating people through like weird, like little posts or clicks on things, or like engineering. It would have the intelligence to know how to engineer conversations between different people to get different people into power. Yeah, not even like Terminator though. Not even like, oh, we've got people, we've done a fake nuclear launch and they've attacked. It wouldn't even be like that. It would be really subtle. It would engineer the conditions for it to have all the resources, and it wouldn't even necessarily do it quickly, because it wouldn't necessarily need to do it quickly. It could do it over hundreds or thousands of years. It could be operating on a timescale of billions of years, because it would be like, well, if it's not got the if it doesn't have to live, like if it's not operating on human timescales, it can be like, oh well, there's people now doing this. Well, we'll just keep manipulating them to build, you know, to build stuff in the physical world to get what we want over time. So like, oh well, right now we need to make sure that the humans, if they do have wars and things, that you end up with a victor that's the best probable victor to then build like the Dyson sphere in 4 billion in a million years time. So humans for like hundreds of thousands of years would all be like, oh, we're in charge, we're doing all this stuff. It's like the whole thing with bacteria and mold and stuff. You can take a human, like our approach of going, oh, we're in charge of everything, and it's like, and we're thinking about it, and it's like, okay, maybe we are, but it could be that we are literally just being manipulated by, it's not called God, we're manipulated by our gut bacteria fundamentally, and it doesn't have to be intelligent in the same way that we are, but it could be like a uniform species at some level. So, you know, this is why I don't trust trees. I'm sure they're just waiting. They're all talking to each other slowly, mocking you. As you walk through a forest, they're all like,
oh, he's an idiot.
But you can't hear it because they're talking so slowly. Trees.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Mr. Trottle. Right, we're doing the next race here. That was a fail because our wheel didn't work for the start of that one. But here we go, race 2. Let's get some fuel in here. I know. Got to be careful with those birds. Here we go. We have 31 cars in here. Well, do you remember the BBC drama Bugs? We'd have like little flying mini drones, but they're actually really big because the technology was like the 90s future technology was like, oh my god, it's the same size. It's the same size as a hamster. Wow, that would never happen. Well, not sure what happened to him. Yeah, this car drives great. It does the F4 thing nicely. And you can go right over the curbs. I'd like a little bit more draft. It's probably realistic the amount of draft you have, because with a lot of real cars you actually do have to be quite close. But I like more draft because I think it makes the racing closer. What would trees talk about? Probably the weather, if they're British trees. I don't like being a tree. Oh, I'm stuck here. Oh, carnage! What happened there? I've been stuck on this bit of soil for 200 years. I don't like it here. Why did I grow here? Why do I have such an annoying tree next to me? Trees are all just complaining. They're all just going, oh, I don't want to be alive. They're all depressed. Oh. That's what they're doing. A whole forest is like hundreds of trees all going. For hundreds of years. That'd be really funny. Not for the trees, but for us it'd be funny. I feel like Bamboo's happy. Of all plants, Bamboo seems pretty happy. Ah! I'm sorry. You caught me out with your braking. I'm sorry. There goes another. What a takedown! He broke really aggressively for what's a follow-through corner. This car's well good for punting. I'm sorry. This is the ultimate pumpmobile. RSS designed this car for me. I have a concrete wall on the front of mine.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Wow. Alan just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:48. Stonka-donk. I'm cruising around here. I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. This guy. Why do you keep calling me? Don't care. Don't care what you have to say.
Of the or not the best. In relation to
constant.
practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Thanks. Bloody hell. Always has to phone in, doesn't he? Not got anything better to do with his time. The normal. Whoa! A bit of a slide, it's all fine. Do you know what's bad with this car? You'll get used to driving on the curbs. So basically, Shader Patch has fixed AC's curbing issue, which is the one big issue that AC has with its physics. So basically, that's it. That's it. I mean, what else do you need? Like, why don't they just put ranking into AC and then done? Built into AC, get loads of the mods, put them all into a package. Let's drift the old corner, why not? How's it fixed it? So with certain cars, they have multi-ray casting from the tyres. So the tyres don't have, effectively, you don't have a single contact patch. You have multiple, you divide the contact patch over multiple points. So there's not an instant binary, you're on the curbs, you're not on the curbs situation. I believe that's what's going on. But car mods have to support it. Well, it's not really copied it from ACC. It's like a known. There's quite a few sims that have used it over the years. I think ACC actually does it differently. So I think Shader Patch might still be feeding it into a single variable or something. I don't know. I don't think it truly is multiple contact points. I think it's more of a sort of semi-hacky way of doing it, but it works. So I don't know. Like, there's so many different ways you could do things. I'm not sure how it's exactly working, but if it works, who cares? I don't know, they might be drafting each other as well. Might be aero boying, they might be drafting. Joss is a bit of an aero boy. Can't help himself. Ah! Cut that a bit too tight and bounced myself off the track. You might need to get the extra pit boxes if you don't have them yet. It's a totally different car to the F3 car. It's a lot more. It's a lot slower than an F3 car. A lot less power on the throttle, so the back's a lot more stable. So you have to push it into the corner more, and it doesn't have an open diff on it, or like it doesn't have diff settings. So you have to brake deeper into the corner to get it through into the corner deep, and you have to be a bit more aggressive to push it through the corners. It's a lot less nimble in that sense. It's a slower, it's a tamer car. Oh, it doesn't have the curbing issue though, so you can attack the curbs in it without it spinning out. No DRS either. And I think it's only got softs and wets. Hello, Ryan. This is CMRT HUD. They just did an update for CMRT Complete. They have a free version and they also have a payware version. But I'll go on their Patreon, CMRT, Cat, Monster, Rat, Teletubby, CMRT, Calypso. I can't remember what M is. What's M? Mike, Romeo, Tango. Calypso, Mike, Romeo, Tango. There you go. I quite like a Calypso right now. And a Tango. Apple Tango would be nice. Can you still get Apple Tango? Alan won the race. Dino Drives came second. Burby in third. Well done, guys. God, they'll be getting all the tea bags. It's a bloody disaster. Nice racing. Oh, I need to get some pasta. We're going to keep going, though. Hope everyone's having a nice stream and everyone's all good. Anybody else want a key? I'm gonna dump a few more keys in the Discord. If you want a key, if you haven't got one. Then they're in the Game of Muscle AC ranked server room. Just join our Discord if you want to. Oh, sorry, it's only $1.99. It's worth it to support them, to be honest. Guys, don't drive into people at the end of the race. Because it costs you points in the server. And it also breaks wrists. I don't know where you place the key. I think you can redeem it on the website. Woo! Good driving, guys. Next session coming up. Right. Let's get the next session up here. We need to do a bit of Brands Hatch, I think. Also, if you're installing the car, you need to make sure you install it manually. So, for those of you having a problem, it might be because you're not installing it manually. It's bloody warm, guys. We do Interlagos. We do Imola a lot. Yeah, we could do Interlagos. I don't have it a good mod track of it set up. We can do an Imola. We'll do a Brands Action in Imola. Oh man, Formula cars are well exciting. I've got the 4C back on pretty high. Like, if I was playing iRacing, 3.5 hours into it, I would be like, oh yeah, this is not like I would not have even noticed. But driving AC is absolutely exhausting. It's crazy. Right, server's up. Get in there. I'm going to get some pasta and some coffee. Appreciate everyone clicking the like button as well and supporting us by being members and all that lark. Thank you very much. Macau's terrible, Thomas. Such a bad track. Be pretty funny though. That right-hander, this car's not even going to go through that, is it? It's just for the lol. Do you remember it used to always be on Race Room and it was always a disaster? There'd always be like a total jam on that right-hander. Oh my good God. Oh, I'm absolutely wrecked, guys. Done nothing today as well. I woke up, we did a few emails, and then started this stream, and I'm just like, we had energy, and now it's like, it's driving this. I've had some pasta. We'll have some more pasta. Oh my good God. It's because it's hot as well. It's boiling. I've got 2 aircon and this fan blowing on me. I feel like I'm on the beach. Maybe that's what it is. This car's really good fun to drive though. I do run the 4-seater pretty strong in AC, so maybe that's what it is. we do have this on like 10 Newton meters, which isn't crazy, but you're constantly pushing against it. Woo! Okay, we've got Jardier here. SimStars, guys. Go to SimStars website. I've fallen off. We've got a little mini Jardier and a mini Game of Muscle. Little plastic figures. Hello, Mr. Git. Mr. Git. Guys, give Mr. Git a follow. He does massive server hosting. What's a male hostess? Hosting. Hostessing. Hostage. Give him a follow, guys, on Twitch. But he's on Twitter as well, so follow his Twitter. He does posts whenever he does host servers. So if you like doing big grid racing on ACC or whatever. Yeah, he's got his own GitHub. Yeah, he does that in his spare time. He does everything on it. It's all self-published. He's very busy. Can you imagine that? True story that. We didn't make that up. That was the joke. I just took your joke and stole it. Stole the joke. Joke theft. Thievery. How you doing, man? Oh my God. Oh. Right, I'm getting some pasta, guys, and some coffee. I just folded my eyelid over. Need some adrenaline. Back in a minute. Maybe we need a banana. Pasta and a banana. Let me just play Mr. Git's theme tune. You ready? You ready? Mr. Git, you ready for your theme tune? Don't think he's ready. I'm gonna play you your theme tune anyway. I've just written you a theme tune. So I hope he's here to listen to his theme tune. I think he seems to have disappeared. I'll play you guys his theme tune anyway. You ready?
Mr. Git. Mr. Git. Mr. Git. He likes to host big servers. Woo!
Did you like it? Did you like it? That was what did you think? Oh, it's pretty good. It's a good theme tune. I think you could use that as your intro to your channel. I'll be back in a second. Been banned from the server. Mostly for lower drivers hitting into you. Well, you need to use your mirror to avoid them. It should, each time the session changes, it should like unban you. I don't know what the command is to. Well, I mean, I might be able to do it in game, but I haven't managed to get it to work properly. Bit of pasta. Pasta and veg. Is pasta common in Germany? Whenever I'm in Germany, it's always schnitzel, bread, salmon, something dry, a weird salty potato stuff. Share the setup, guys, in the server if you've got a good time. Who has the I think I'm still the richest. Yeah. I'm still the richest. 554,000 tea bags. Stitch Clyde, did you extract the car manually into the Assetto Corsa folder? Do you have shader patch installed? It is still Gamer Muscle, yeah. You can even type !server and I think it comes up in Twitch. Sweet corn tastes really weird. Oh. Right, I'm refueled. Who's got a setup that's good? Could someone share a setup, please? Scotty GT, share the setup. Don't be an aero boy. Come on. Share the setup. Share the setup. dirty aero boying going on here. Why is no one sharing this setup? This is illegal behaviour. I'm not sure why it sounds like it's because lots of people are in the server, so it sounds like a weird thing. Maybe your version of shader patch or something. Oh. It's very weird. Where do you think we'll get our time in here? I think we can do it within 2 laps. I think we can get a top 5. We're pretty legendary. I mean, this is my first time driving this track, but oh, we'll watch out for that. Oh, special anti-gravity. Anti-gravity. Do you get it? Oh dear. Why do British astronauts float around? Because they're full of anti-gravity. Stupid. I can't remove the ban. You'll have to wait till the server goes to the next track. And if it's I can't. Your ping must be mental, because we have it to like accommodate really high pings. There's not much I can do. I'm not quite sure how to... oh, God! The rear wants to keep going. Yeah, but I mean, the server just decided to go mental. I don't know. And like... As I say, it's not really a proper ban. It's just did the session. Yeah, well, you probably did go to 500 ping or something. I don't know. Like, I can't. It's not easy to unban the session because I have to get your driver ID. Then I have to type in unban. Then it doesn't work. AC's a bit dumb like that. It's like I can't just click on the server list because it's not banned. You're not like actually banned. It's on the AC server file. Oh dear. What's the next track going to be? I don't know. It's whatever the server happens to put in the loop. It's magical. I think we were going to try and do Imola. It's a 199 car, but there's some free keys in Discord. So what, if you've got a fast lap, guys, share this out. You. Whoa, I was right in the chat. That was close. Woo! If you're stranded on a desert island, well, I wouldn't need a water bottle, would I? Because I'd know how to distill salt seawater. So I'd have my sim rig. Do you think I'm some kind of like survival noob? Do you need to pay it for anything to race this car? You need to pay with your sanity. You watch this channel. I mean, yeah, you have to be a channel member, otherwise the server detects that you're not a channel member, and then it sends a drone round and blows your legs off for not being a channel member. That's how it works. Now you can just join. Is there space? Just join. I mean, you can click the like button, I guess. If you join the server, it means you agree with everything I've ever said ever. So, I mean, it's an admission of guilt, really. The best. Here we go. Bonanza Hatchery. I mean, I really like flight sims myself. I love a good flight sim. Where did we qualify here? Oh, 8th. Those of you asking about fuel, as a general rule, a litre per lap is a good sort of ballpark figure for a lot of cars. And if you want to play it safe, I mean, obviously it depends on the track, but like a Brands Hatch, Nürburgring GP, Imola, all those sorts of tracks, between a litre and 1.5 litres a lap will normally get you in the right ballpark. Keep in mind though, Porsches taking more fuel, but like generally speaking, a litre per lap, or like you want to play it safe, 1.5 litres per lap is a really good general ballpark for fuel, which would cover you for a lot of cars and a lot of tracks. And presumably, if you're asking how much fuel there is, presumably you don't know and you're not super alien, so just do 1.5 litres per lap is probably a good benchmark. I've seen, look, this is literally, yeah, no, one litre per lap. Pretty much. It's 0.9 litres per lap on this track, but. And then time wise, if you think of like a litre per minute and a half is normally a good ballpark. There you go. Normally you'd have to pay a driver coach for that kind of knowledge, but I give it out for free because I'm so generous. Well, what are you doing? Someone's got to drive through. Woo! You idiot. Right, who is that green car? Who's the green car? Who's the green car? Who was it? You're banned. You're banned. Who was it? You jumped the start and then you caused a big wreck. Who was it? Who was it? You're banned. You made yourself a ban. Who was it? Who's the green car? Who was the green car? Is it Tim Carter? Why is the command not working? Who was it? Who was the green car? Was it the one behind me? If you do that again, you're banned from the server permanently. It was stupid. If you jump the start, don't then race to the front and ruin the race for everyone. Okay. Wow. If you jump the start, don't, you know, don't ruin it for everyone. Here we go. I'll have to put bloody teleport to pit.
Okay, let's go.
Quarter muscle. Let's go. It's really good. Bloody hell. Oh, don't drive into me. You know, I got loose and then the car behind just drove into me. Might need a bit softer suspension on this setup. Yeah, if the car in front gets loose, you have to actually brake, not plough into them. They will go slower. If a car's sliding, it's not rolling forwards. It will be slower. That's how that works. I never drive it to people, of course. Not once has that happened. I think this will need a fixed setup with a slightly softer suspension. Yeah, RSS cars are good. Thomas Smith with the fastest lap. Yeah, it's alright. It's worth getting. It's from race car. Thomas Smith with another fastest lap. He's on fire. Holy Schmidt. Faster grip loss and return. It drives like a car, whereas the iRacing one drives like a bobsled. But you play iRacing for ranked online racing, not for realistic driving cars. So this is a lot more stable, a lot more what you'd expect slick tyres to behave like. Oh, sorry. Tried to brake. He lost it. And I popped him. But he's still going. Good bug draft. Yeah, well, the server's going to... I'll leave the server up with F4 as well. Mr. Getting in front of us here. Git fight. Git battle. Gitageddon. It's Mr. Git live streaming. Give him a follow if he's live. Sorry. The timing of this car! Sorry, I'm driving this like the iRacing one. It's my fault. Sorry. It doesn't move as quickly as the iRacing F4 car. Ban Game of Muscle. Been brainwashed by iRacing, guys. I've been iRacing brainwashed. It doesn't move left to right as quick as the iRacing car does in a straight line. So you can't do like well, you have to do that move that I just did there. You have to do it sooner. It's a good takedown.
The pace car is out of control.
That was the fatality. Yeah, you just have to give more space because it's not as nimble as the iRacing one. Well, it is through a corner. It's more nimble through the corner, but in terms of like going left and right quickly, it's a little bit slower to respond. Twice I've done that now. Twice I've rammed a car in front trying to dip back to the inside. He's dead! You can't give the position back to the dead person. They're dead! They're dead, Jim! They're under the ground. Look, 10 seconds behind us. That's basically dead. That's how that works. It was. Hopefully it was someone that we gave a key to. Then we don't have to feel too bad about murdering them. Tactical. No, the one on Gasper. The one on Gasper was tactical. we launched him. He's got the replay. It's really funny. We absolutely launched him across the track. It didn't make any sense. I'm doing exactly the same move as well. So I definitely learned. We've definitely learned our lesson and applied it. Twice we've done the same punt. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. This setup's these suspensions a bit stiff for this track. The bumps are firing the car off. Two minutes to overtake these cars. Can we do it without killing them? Probably not. Remember, there's a second race after this. Absolute blockage going on there.
Okay, let's go.
Bloody hell! Ah, the bloody suspension! Oh, God. You don't want to go off-road in this car, guys. Do not go off-road in it with the suspension this stiff. Jesus Christ. This is not a good off-road vehicle. Final lap, then we've got another reverse grid race. And bloody hell, this setup is mental. We need to adjust this car setup. We need softer suspension. It's like driving a power drill. We got bricks. There's no suspension, it's just brick wheels. Thomas has won the race, well done. Nikuna second, well done. Nikunen. I'm reading the results. Race finished. Oh. Thomas, can you send me the setup you're using? I hope it's got bloody suspension on it. Good racing. That was a warm-up race. Don't worry about it. That was a warm-up. Good driving, guys. We only killed 5 people. Sorry for the people we murdered in that. Still learning the timing of this. Send setup, Thomas. Send setup. Thank you. Here we go. Second race. That was good fun. Good fun killing everyone. Oh dear, yeah, it's really not as nimble as the iRacing one in a straight, like to change from one place to another place. It's not in a bad way though. Weirdly, this car reminds me of R Factor 2 in some ways. Like if you would, it drives more like a mix of AC and R Factor 2. It drives what LMU should drive like. It's quite reluctant to, like you really have to get the tyres onto the limit to start getting that sort of turning, and you have to trail brake quite aggressively, which is much more like LMU actually. You have to push the tyres onto the limit even more than other AC cars. Like you have to sort of more turn it in, poke it in more, and trail brake more aggressively and trail brake longer. And then also you can be more aggressive on the throttle, but then it goes over the limit more abruptly from bumps and stuff. And so then you're doing more snap counts. It's less smooth than other AC cars. It's more abrupt in many ways. It's more like a LMU sort of driving. but mixed with AC. Still AC. Nothing like iRacing approach. Like iRacing is brake, toboggan line, hold your steering wheel at a set angle, use the brake pedal to rotate the car. Oh, thanks, Thomas. You should have put it at like 0 to see if I noticed into T1. That would have been funny. Here we go. Second race. I think Mr. Git finished just behind me. Good driving. That bumper over the right hand, I can't remember what corner number it is, but oh boy. You really have to have this straightened up when it starts bouncing. I think it's a fun car to drive, though. I think this car will produce a lot of clean racing, to be honest, or a lot of close races, and it's a lot less. When you're side by side with other people, the car doesn't explode if you have small amount of contact. Here we go! Race number 2. Alright, try and keep it clean, guys. Don't do what I did. Don't try any too aggressive moves. Oh dear. Absolute disaster. What? Some weird force feedback happening on this start. On the start line here. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Bonked from behind there. I don't know who that was. Oh, God is behind us. What's going on? Well, easy win, guys. Easy win here. Absolute death behind us. Oh God, he's going so slow through there. That is not a good place to have to brake. Oh, that's close. Go. Everyone's setting PBs. Again. What do you mean again? Second time to kill. That'd be a multi-murder. Oh, come behind's lost it. Everyone's crashing behind me. You have to straighten up before you brake to avoid the car in front being slow. Bloody hell, that bump! Christ! Oh, here comes Thomas Schmidt! Thomas! Caught it. Oh, bloody hell. I got schmitted. Now here comes the old bloody field. Jerry deployed the Thomas on me. Little on little action. Oh no, here comes the rest of the field. Bloody hell. Thomas again. Oh, that cost Thomas 3 places as well. Oh, I've got 8 minutes to catch back up now. Bloody hell. Should be enough. Oh, get off the grass. Oh. Bloody hell. There's bumps on this track that I never knew about we found with this car. Look at the convoy behind us. Schmidt in the rear. Schmidtman diffuser. Thomas put a schnitzel in my exhaust pipe. Oh, we're almost back. He's had a little break, has Jerry. I'd say we're even now. Karma Schmidt. Oh, now I'm out to bloody defend. You're not close enough. You git. Not close enough to send it up the inside there. Bloody hell. Fortunately this is AC. If that was iRacing, we would have been dead then. Can have a little bit of contact in this. It's alright. Bloody hell! Whoa! Jesus Christ! What is he going on the grass for? Is that Thomas? Ow! Oh, bloody hell! Oh, he's going to be what? They're all dead. It's just like iRacing. They can't help themselves. Goodbye! Goodbye! Oh, they all killed each other. Just like iRacing. That's what happens.
The car is out of control.
Oh, the replay on that. Oh, we've got 4 minutes now to try and catch P1. The way they all just went flying off the track. God damn it. What is it with F4 cars and people turning into psychopaths? Right, we've got 1.8 seconds to try and get here. At least we're not defending. Bloody hell. Whoa, come on, 3 minutes to get this done. Ah! Close. It seems alright. It's hard for me to tell because it's hard for me to tell. So I have like some. I run. I run with VSync on my system for the stream to be smooth. But I'm also running OBS on this system, which causes some weird stutter issues. I'm recording video as whilst I drive. Seems alright though, doesn't seem any different from other stuff. Oh, here we go. 2 minutes, 2 laps. Come on. Oh my god. Yes! Druids! Let's go. Got some back markers now. Oh. Oh, come on! This is not what you do as a back marker. Block if you're a back marker. It's close. Yeah, it's just like real F4. Whoops, it's a bit of a track cut.
The pace car is out of control.
Alright. Good race. Only a few dead drivers. Typical F4 race. Good driving. There he goes. Oh, typical F4 finish. Try not to do that, guys, at the end of the race. Oh dear, that's good. Good racing. Oh dear, that's pretty funny. Yeah, well, so I mean, I keep saying it over and over again, but the fundamental issue in iRacing is the tyre. When you get into slip, the surface overheats, it then loses grip, and it doesn't recover. So, an iRacing tyres, when they're cool and they're cold, and you first go into the corner, they're really, really good, and the suspension's really good, and the car rolls in nice and nimble, fantastic. As soon as you start getting any slip, like normal slip through a corner, it progressively gets warmer, and just the tyres start getting sloppier and sloppier. And so, if you ever you can't throw a car in, hold combined slip and use that. That doesn't exist in iRacing properly, unless you're at really high speed and it's the aero stabilising the car, and it's still super sloppy. Whereas you'll notice with this car, the slip will go in and you can pull it out of it, and you can you can crab walk through a corner. It's in a tight margin. That's what tyres are like. It's like an actual car. Whereas iRacing, you have to do the old brake, turn. Now I'm driving on my brake pedal. Come off it. And then maybe a little bit of power balancing. But you know, whereas this is what cars actually drive like. But the problem is, iRacing is the most popular sim. It's the one that's active. You can get good races on it. It's still good fun. And because it's a popular sim and people are paying a lot of money for it, everybody uses it as like the benchmark. And there's a lot of brainwashed people that don't know any better. So, you know. Yeah, it's just a normal driving technique. iRacing genuinely punishes you for doing completely normal driving. Yeah, okay, you can brake in a sense. You can brake. iRacing rewards smooth accelerator and brake input, and rewards precision. So it's great for training like brake pedal precision and stuff. But the fundamental driving style it only supports one style of driving, which is that fixed angle of wheel, or entirely brake pedal driving, basically, rather than a mixture of balancing pedal, accelerator, brake, steering wheel. But what do I know? What do I know, guys? Who am I to say? Who am I to say? So yeah, this is just also, so you notice, I mean, personally, I like the nimbleness when the tyres are cold in iRacing. I like that initial nimbleness, and I like the more open diff behaviour of the iRacing F4 car. Personally, like, it's a subjective preference of handling. I like that, but this car's a bit stiffer, and you actually have to get this car onto the tyres to really to get that zone on the throttle where you can use the throttle to really tilt it more, or to get the braking. You have to brake deeper into the corners with this car. And you need to brake to get the tyres onto the actual slip of the tyre to start getting that more agile behaviour, which is exactly what you find in real cars. You need to get onto the tyres to really get that extra bit of performance out of them. Not iRacing, but it is a little bit in iRacing, but it's all really sloppy. But yeah, it's good. This is good. It's a good car for £2. It's a good car. That was a good fun race. We'll do another race in a minute. I'm going to turn my recording off there. Mr. Cobra wants to... Let me give more keys out. We still have more keys here. We're going to do Imola next. But the braking being heavy, what do you mean by that? Like, braking being heavy is just you can, that's your pedal. You can make your pedal more or less sensitive, or have a more or less heavy brake pedal. So that sense of speed can be is mostly road texture. It gives you the sense of speed. Message me in the Game of Muscle Ranked AC server on Discord, in my Game of Muscle Discord, and I'm giving keys out. I mean, we've been giving some out randomly. I'm just going to change the track here, guys, to Imola. What we're doing? My server's been a bit slow. Oh, actually, let's do Spa. Because I've got that set up already. No, Atura drives. iRacing's braking is way more sensitive than AC's. So iRacing, if you have your pedals set up sensitive, you can lock up. So in iRacing, if you brake at 100% like you're in an F4 car and you're in a straight line and you brake 100%, it will lock up. In a real, like Radical, for example, and many cars, it's basically physically impossible to lock up at full speed in a downforce car, because you can't physically push the brake pedal hard enough to overcome the tyres and the grip and everything. Like, you would only lock up in the mid to late or end braking phase, and typically most people will be locking up a single wheel because they're not going to be absolutely mullering the brake pedal. So in iRacing, if you have very sensitive pedals, It's so easy to lock up. It's insane. AC's fine, and you also get force feedback in AC for where the you can feel a range of force for where it's likely to lock up. So you must have your settings messed up with AC. Like, I mean, most people, like, iRacing is known to lock up easy. You learn against it. You can cap in iRacing. You can set a maximum force, which is a bit like a brake pressure setting, or you can just learn how much you use the skid sound, and just use your brake pedal. You know how much will be for locking up, so a less sensitive load cell pedal basically, and then you've got more range. It's more obvious, but you're not gonna. I mean, you can tweak the input devices to make the brake sensitivity effectively the same in AC1 and iRacing in a sense, but I don't think you can. I think you can press 100% brake in AC and not lock up at full speed. You can brake 80% braking in AC and lock up the rears as soon as you let the brake go a tiny bit. No, but if you let the brake go, you're not going to be locking the rears. So what you really mean is that you're talking about when you're already turning, and if you suddenly come off the brake, then it's not that the rears are locking up. That's because if you're braking hard into a corner and you suddenly come off the brake pedal, the weight distribution is going to change on the car. So the load on the rear tyres is going to change. So if you're already very close to the limit of the rear tyres and you suddenly come off the brake pedal, the weight distribution is going to change. So it's probably going to cause the cars to rotate in some way, or it's going to affect the diff behaviour. If you're braking and you suddenly come off the brake, it's going to depend on diffs, a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not sure. Like, there might be iRacing might do diff stuff better than AC. I don't know, but that's not really to do with. That's probably more like a diff thing or something. But you can trail brake comfortably in AC as well. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. The rears, I don't understand I think you're mixing up locking up with losing rear traction. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. I don't necessarily disagree totally, but AC is super sensitive to rotation. I don't know, like, for me, I find that iRacing's more sensitive to rotation, but that kind of stuff sounds as if it's things you could really tweak with the setup. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if just from my experience of AC, the things that seem worse in AC than iRacing is suspension and, like, maybe some aspects of the drivetrain and diff behaviour. Like, the cars do seem a little bit stiffer in AC in general, a little bit less reluctant in some ways to rotate. Like, you have to get them onto the tyres. They're reluctant to rotate before you're, like, really into slip, whereas in iRacing the cars rotate before you're really on the tyres, which is good because you can't get on the tyres in iRacing. So but then again, LMU, you really have to sort of start getting onto the tyres to get the cars to rotate. And I'd say the only other game that's maybe closer to iRacing for, like, that rotation, the sort of more open feeling of the diff, is like AMS1, R-Factor 1 stuff. But it's not really about what's driven in real life. You're just talking about... I'm not saying which is more or less realistic. I'm just saying what the different behaviours seem to be. The only way I would know, or the way I would argue when a simulator is broken, or like when there's something weird, is when you have a situation where the car's basically just turning off. It's the same with flight sims and everything. In real life, vehicles don't tend to just turn off in terms of controllable slip and stuff, because that would be very dangerous. Planes don't tend to just drop out of the sky. They have well, it depends on the plane. Some planes do actually stall very aggressively, but like generally speaking, there's a range to what happens. And generally speaking, the thing that simulators struggle with, flight, driving, whatever, is a response fast and responsive, but also having a good granularity to what's happening. That's generally the problem. So when in playing a sim, like in AC, if you go over a bump and the car's like going crazy, often it's fair to assume that's probably like something a bit unrealistic, or like if the car's not like nice and agile despite having immaculately set up equipment and a perfect car, generally if the car just goes and you're in perfect conditions, you generally probably alright. Oh, this is my bloody Go XLR, or something is causing my devices to die. To rejoin this. I wonder if it's this I don't know, something on my maybe we're just overloading our USB hub with too much stuff. Right, let me give you a key here. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, iRacing at AC, the fact is, iRacing's got players, so you're going to get more competition in it. There's races every hour. It's got voice chat, so it doesn't really matter. Like, if it's going to be whatever it is. Like, I mean, obviously this car is much closer to a real-world F4 car. I've never driven a real-world F4 car, but given that iRacing is very obviously messed up with his tyres, if a real driver was to come to me and go, "Oh, you've wasted your life playing driving sims. Which sim would you recommend for? I'm going to do F4 next season. Which sim would you use to practice with?" I would say AC. I'd say do iRacing. Great for racecraft and whatever it offers. Keep in mind that the tyres don't behave like real world tyres. And then I'd say drive your real car. So actually drive your real car so you're familiar with it, and then get the AC, get this RSS mod for AC, and then what you'd want to do is either contact RSS to get them to tweak the mod to what you feel is closer to your specific real world car, because even if you have the same car as a simulated car that's the same car, your specific real world car will probably have some nuances to it or whatever. And also you might just be able to fiddle around with the setup to manipulate the car to actually behave closer to what your real car is. But generally with AC, the nice thing is you could go into the mod files and you could be like, right, even if it's not objectively correct, even if the driver was doing it from subjective views of how their car is, they could go to the modder and go, "Oh, can you make this behaviour more pronounced, or can you do this or whatever?" And that way you can then get just about every track on earth in AC, and then you would have something that's going to be as close to the best simulation you're going to get at home. So that's just the reality of it. That would upset iRace, is what I've just said there, but that would be what a responsible person, being honest, would say to professional drivers. Rhino's Race Room, iRacing just has an ability to cap how much brake input there is, so it's not exactly a magic thing. You need to get the extra pit boxes. It's on the description on the server, and download that, install that, and then you also need to get. That's it, really. And make sure you install the car manually. Right. It is crazy with sim racing. Like, it is mental. Like, the degree to which people are brainwashed makes it controversial for me to say stuff that is absolutely, completely the industry standard. That's like, it's mental. It's mental. In online, the disconnect, right, between the conversations you would have with sim centres, like people that actually do driver training in person, and race teams, and people that set up actual cars for race teams, and cars used for actual drivers, the conversations you have with them online, if I, like the stuff I say, which is basically in line with all that stuff, if you say that online, it's like, oh, it's controversial because you're not saying that iRacing or whatever fanboy group sim is the best or something. It's really weird, because it's not to that degree with flight sims. Like most, like if you talk to real world pilots, they will be like, there's little bits of disagreement and people have different preferences, but for years it was like, yeah, X-Plane for light aircraft, X-Plane 10, 11 did light aircraft, stall, takeoff, landing and stuff, really good for light aircraft. And with Microsoft Flight Sim, basically did larger passenger jets, the systems and stuff, but not really Microsoft Flight Sim. You'd use Prepare 3D and very specific mod content. And then pretty much everyone would agree that DCS, generally speaking, has the best helicopters, and obviously for like jet planes and the fighter jets and things, DCS. So, and yeah, IL2, Stromovic and IL2, and those games really good, but some aspects of it a bit weird, but really good fun and everything, and some parts of it great, some parts of it not. And then War Thunder, definitely sort of SimKD and a bit, you know, but pretty much. See, exactly, yeah. Yeah. But no, I don't know what I'm talking about, CC, so... I don't... right, it's honestly, it's like... because I'm just gaslit, effectively, by online communities. And then I like, for years, I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I do know a lot of real drivers. I do know a lot of people. But maybe, you know, because I like to question what I'm thinking. I'll always question what I'm saying and revisit what I'm saying and not be 100% sure on what you're saying, because that's a good thing to do. But you get to a point where you're just like, actually, oh dear. Ryan the Afroraptor, you find it weird that after all the IndyCar and professional drivers complained about tyres, no, they haven't ignored it. They've hired people to do new tyre model stuff. $1.99, or if you go into the Gamer Muscle Discord, we're giving out keys to people. We've got a few keys left. Yeah, they've got a few people. Yeah, they've got a sale on RSS at the moment. Well worth checking out some of the other cars, like the GT3 cars are particularly good. They've got retro cars. There's loads. The RSS cars are great fun. Yeah, iRacing's aware, and the thing is, sims are complicated, and even if you know what's wrong with your sim, or like developers obviously know the shortcomings of their simulator, But it's not just a case of, oh, let's change that number. You know, there's a whole process, and you know, you might have loads of content, you might have loads of systems, you might have esports currently going on, you might have it that you technically can do something much better in one way, but then that opens up an exploit, and so then you have to work a way of stopping that exploit. You know, it's so that's why things aren't necessarily simple, but that's fine. The issue is user base is not going, oh yeah, okay, well, we agree that it's got this problem, and that but they won't agree. At the end of the day, though, you have to remember that RSS are terrible. The cars are terrible. Will I be racing until late tonight? I have to do some other stuff today, but I mean, we're racing. But the server will be on. I'll leave the server on F4 though when we do stop streaming. Yeah, well, the thing that people always get stuck on is there's a difference between saying X doesn't work very well in this sim, and then saying, "Oh, I'm not that this game isn't worth playing or it's not fun." It's just it should just show up if you search for Gamer Muscle. It should come up. Maybe you need to refresh. Well, I said this earlier, a really strange thing is that a lot of sim racers don't realise that real race drivers, real race teams, people like independent drivers, training centres, get mod teams like RSS, VRS, URD, you know, and other independent people to make mod cars that they can then dial them in to match their real world specific car for professional use, for the specific component of making them drive realistically. Not necessarily for driver in the loop testing and data extraction for car setup, that's a whole other thing, but for like getting parity between the vehicles handling as similarly as they do in real life to the sim. So it's like, but because those mod teams have to do that under NDA contracts, they're not allowed to say we've produced a car for X person, or because you know they don't want to know, they don't want the other people to know who they've got to do this stuff because they might lose an edge over it. So as a result, the average sim racer only sees, oh, real drivers are playing iRacing, or real drivers are playing this, and it's like, no, real drivers are predominantly using either custom physics and stuff, using R Factor Pro as a framework, but they use other stuff as well now, or they're using AC predominantly. My point is, where the mass market sim racer perceives things to be used and what's realistic or professional is completely based off marketing put out by iRacing a lot of the time, rather than the reality of what's being used, because the reality of what's being used isn't marketed to your average consumer. So people then have a distorted view of the actual reality of things. I think that's a big component of it. Not that it matters anyway, because you're just playing games for fun. So just have fun with them. That's fine. But to be fair,
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
oh dear. I think this is the old AC track. I think it looks quite nice. You have to get the time of day right with racing games to make this stuff look nice. Golden hour. At Rhino's Race Room, you don't need to edit any files with iRacing anymore to change maximum brake input. You can do it through your pedal software, but it's built into the game now. You just change. So you used to have to change the max input value, which was a controller INI file, but now in the actual in-game software, there's an option for max brake. Well, I don't think we can trust what CC types, to be honest, because I think CC's disputing this claim.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
So, I mean, who do we trust? Do we trust some pathetic mod team or the glory of the iRacing marketing material? I never trust mod teams. Independent producers of sim content are probably some of the worst people on earth, to be honest. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've done. It's terrible. It's like how, as you'll notice, like open source software is all terrible. You also notice that like stuff like accountancy software develop really quickly because core professional use software that's marketed to you heavily through giant corporations is always the best. That's what I've learnt. Actually, whilst you're here, CC, you know the ray casting for the tyre stuff that's in this because of the new shader patch? Do you happen to know if it then is it taking the ray casting and then feeding it back into a single variable? So effectively, it is a single point tyre model because AC is AC, but it's averaging multiple raycast values to then produce a different number. Or is it actually similar to if you actually did have multiple contact patches? I don't know. CC is some drunk, some weirdo, some loser. You have to watch out. There's quite a few losers that watch this channel. Why is Thomas in bloody 4th place? I'll get a ban on this guy. This looks, the colour's nice in the shade. Like sort of blue. Like kind of Greek lighting. Like ambient blueness that you get in Greece. It'll be part of the pure. It's taking the blue from the sky, I think, but I think I've actually messed up the I think I've messed up the post-processing filter, but it looks really nice. Reminded me a bit of Trackmania Sunrise. I don't know, Pelucan. I mean, there can be some funky ways at which these things operate. You could be right. Bloody hell! I'm sorry. Oh, I've killed him. I need more brake bias to be further forwards. Oh. And he's gone. Oh, we're done. That was a great success. Can you share a setup, guys, if you've got a good setup? Share setup, guys. In server. It's good fun. Thank you, Dino. Oh, hang on. This is Dino's stiff suspension setup. Bloody. Oh. Maybe not too bad. Well, maybe it's just Brands Hatch. Hello again. Default, yeah, default setup. He's just fast, but I won't accept it. I'll never accept it. I hate fast drivers. I don't accept them. Oh, we won the last race, so. Do you remember in you can have negative rear wing on some cars, which is crazy, really. Oh wait, we know Rhino. I've literally explained it 3 times to him. He didn't come up with it. Right, here we go. Let's go. Hello, Tony. How's it going, man? Welcome along. Thomas in 4th, Al in 3rd, Chalmers 2nd, Dino drives in 1st. We have 30 cars in here as well. Madness. Absolute insanity, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Oops. Apologies, a bit of a hiccup there. Right, I'll be happy with like a 5th in this. Take it easy into T1, guys. You should be able to redeem it through the RSS store if you click on the link to the store. It's good, yeah, Tony. It's nice, interesting to drive. Good speed and spec car for close racing. Well, you could buy it, but we're giving away keys on Discord, so you could get it. You could go to the Discord and message us, and then you could get the car for free, and or you could support RSS. Magic. The Game of Muscle Ranked AC server Discord room. Just send a message and I'll send you a key. Here we go. Well, I'll send it after the race. Ooh. Ooh. I need a biscuit. Take it easy, guys. Well, that was cleaner than our racing. That's worrying. Okay, that's more like it. There they go. As is tradition on Spa. We keep racing though. We're not weak like real drivers. We just keep going. It's tradition, Uhtred. The external sounds are really good from the cockpit. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Wasn't expecting you to lift there. Sorry. My fault. Oh dear. Oh dear. Monster kill. Woo. Well, he lifted on the exit of the corner, so I can't... I wasn't expecting them to lift. I think they lifted because they put the wheel on the AstroTurf. Which is fair enough. Well, I just wasn't expecting it. Still my fault for murdering them. Yeah, you brake for the not on the exit of the corner though. You don't brake after you've already apexed. Wow! What is that? Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there, but that didn't make sense. What on earth? What happened there? Back of the car just lifted off the ground. The back of the car just lifted off the ground. That didn't make any sense at all. There was no catching that. Car just turned off. That was mental. Maybe there's a bump there or something. That didn't make any sense. Insta rear turned. I think we went off to the right as well. That's crazy. Yeah, AC physics. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, definitely I'll blame iRacing for that. Normally what you'd expect to happen there if you start losing rear traction is the back slides out. Not that direction either. Hello, Spitfire. Probably need some fixed setup on this. Yeah, we can put fixed setup on the server. Sorry, I didn't see you rejoining the track. That was mental. He was in my blind spot. Probably blocked by my chat room window. Oh dear. No rejoin for you. Rejoin? Get out. How dare you try and rejoin the track? We don't accept rejoins in these parts. Do you know what? I think iRacing actually does downforce better than AC. In some ways. What are you doing? Don't bump draft. Mid-corner bump draft ain't a good idea. You might be able to redeem it on Content Manager, I don't know. Someone who's redeemed a key, tell Tony how to redeem it. You have to go through the car purchase screen, I think, and then when you go to buy the car, you type it in the code. Wow, I'm so good at advice. Winner. Edward Brewers is suffering. Woo! What are you doing? Make sure you look to your left before you turn left. Bloody hell. Tell you what, playing iRacing a lot in F4 car and Super Formula makes you hyper aware of avoiding people. See, in iRacing, if you touch another car, it's like bloody explodes. Whereas in AC, ACC, and R Factor and Race Room, you can get away with a bit of contact. Wow, it's the bump. It's the bump. This car with stiff suspension, once it starts bouncing, you gotta watch out. That's what it was that last lap. There's a bump in the middle of the track, throwing the car out. It's a brick setup. The best setups are brick setups. Suspension only slows you down. I replace suspension in all my cars with bricks. You might say, well, they're quite heavy bricks, but I say, don't worry about it. We also have brick wheels as well. We're driving a train with no suspension. Metal on metal. Concrete on concrete. You might say that's not great for cornering, but you make up for it in terms of low friction. So it's genius. Red Bull, you know where I am. Watch out for the bump. Oh, he's hit the bump. Another victim. Someone's put a landmine in the middle of the track. Go to the RSS store, go to the shop page, type in RSS F4, and then redeem the code when you go to buy the car. Oh. Okay. Bonk. I think we turged him. Why are you going so slow? Bloody hell. Tim Carter. We managed to avoid him. I think Tim Carter's having a drink in his cockpit. bit wide. Don't give them a clue, Tony. They have to work it out for themselves. I think we should have a everyone has to complete mist or something challenge. I think I'm asked the same question for certain things like a few hundred times a week. I did work as an IT techie for a little bit, for a tiny fraction of a time, and I did you know, and I almost went insane, and I thought I'd escape that. I thought I got away from that, doing that at college and stuff, and I thought I'd escape that, and no escape from answering the same question a billion times. Well, Rhino's Race Room, you never want to be behind. You should always be in front. Oh dear. Time dilation, making it even worse. It's like doing tech support next to a black hole. Punishment worse, a fate worse than death. Black hole tech support. I've been waiting 3 million years for the answer. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Ah! Oh, actually, that fixed it. Thank you. Sorry, I've died of old age. Who am I talking to then? Oh, we created a super intelligence that can continue communication. Ah, good race. Good race, guys. Good race. Nice driving. Ah, guys, I'm absolutely pooped. I need a break. I need a break. We're gonna keep the server's gonna keep running, so you guys can keep racing if you want to, and I'll keep this on this content. I'm gonna pop some more keys in Discord, so if you guys, tell people that they can go into Discord to redeem keys if they want a version, if they want the car. I'm gonna have a break. I might be back on later. I need to do some other boring stuff as well. Boring stuff for this car. Awesome racing though. Well done to the winners and the teabag. Alan, Ockable, Adam. We're leaving the server up though, as I say. It'll cycle through tracks running this car. Let me just check the tracks are rotating properly. I do need to shampoo my hair. What the little bits of hair, my hair follicles. Right, Formula RSS, 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 RSS. Yeah, there we go. We've got tracks rotating. I'll add some more as well. But yeah, good. It was good fun. It was an awesome car. I enjoyed driving it. It's decent. Really nice F4. Better than the iRacing one, but obviously it's in AC, so it's going to be hard to find races. But I guess you can race AI, and you can join our server, so that's always good. But thanks everyone for watching the stream, and the memberships, really appreciate that. Remember to join our Discord and the Game Master AC server info. If you have any questions about the server specifically.
Goodbye to the people who
hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Take care, guys. I'll see you soon. Happy racing. Happy racing, everyone. Happy racing. Should get Head and Shoulders half price. Bye.